Welcome back story of what if Deku had every girl for himself. Support the author. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a hero academy? By Lestat 719. Part 2. Let's begin. Somewhere outside of Yui Academy. A hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's got to be strong, and he's got to be fast, and he's got to be fresh from the fight. MMHMM. Nana Shimura hummed to herself joyfully as she casually trotted through the hallways of Yui Academy, feeling in a chipper mood. Her bum swayed side to side, nicely causing her cheeks to jiggle noticeably inside of her tight-fitting outfit. She had decided to wear a size smaller version of her costume just for the sake of stimulating Izuku more each time she sees him. It made her Nana's bobas look fuller and brought out the smooth curvatures of her Herbiumand legs, leaving her arms uncovered like always. They remained ever so robust in feminine muscle and volume, yet retained their femininity, just like her legs no matter how toned she intended to be. Nana was, like always, in her prime state, and right now, she currently was taking her sweet time and making her way over to Class 1A to see how her precious Izuku was doing. Underneath her right arm, the woman carried a steel case housing a collection of valuable assets she felt would be needed for all the girls inside of Izuku's classroom right now. If my hunch is correct, those little darlings are definitely going to be needing these right around the time that I show up. I'm just glad I thought of it sooner than later and had support department whip them up without having to ask too many questions on why they were necessary. Given my darling Izukuin's tendency to do it raw, it's only natural to be prepared. These special tablets will be very helpful indeed unless the girls want to end their superhero career early by becoming moms. I'm pretty sure most of the female pro heroes only want that now that I think about it. I know I certainly want a hee-hee, she thought while wearing a cheeky smile on her face. Nana was feeling very optimistic for Izuku's future considering how much potential she saw in the boy. Having been hyped up for his rise to prestige, after seeing how well he performed at the entrance exam today, she believed in Izuku now more than ever and considered him her one and only prospect for marriage in the future. Looking down at her robust, voluptuous body, Nana hugged her belly, affectionately wondering what it would be like to be a mother after her time in the spotlight is done. A warm blush coated her face at the mere thought of it. Now, back to earlier today at the entrance exam. Izuku really wrecked those robots like a pro and showed off his stuff to the other teachers watching it go down. I don't have a doubt in my mind that Namiri and Recovery Girl probably wet their panties when seeing him in action. At least I know Midnight probably really did anyway. She thought to herself with a finger to chin, remembering how Recovery Girl also reacted to seeing Izuku pummel robots with his bare fists. Chiyo Shizenji, aka Recovery Girl, was a gorgeous, flirty young woman with 3 PhDs and a slender, naughty wide body hidden behind her tight-fitting basic costume with lab coat. It wouldn't bother Nana if she infatuated with Izuku right away and would likely be calling him to the nurse's office for very personal checkups. Now that he was attending a classroom filled with girls, at Nana's request no less, the woman suspected he'd be deep inside each and every one of them in a back-to-back romp that might still be going on. Izuku couldn't really help himself around his highly flirtatious neighbor, and he even screwed his own mother according to him. Shimura figured this was the best course of action given his second quirk's unpredictable nature. She hoped this would all better help him control it and teach him proper discipline no matter how thirsty he made the girls. Aside for fine-tuning the raw power of one, for all Nana believed Izuku will one day tame that quirk that AFO likely installed inside of his body when she met him. After all, if he didn't, he'd wind up screwing half of Japan's populace if it went too crazy, and she certainly didn't want that no matter how open-minded she was about sharing him with other women. It does seem like he mastered a good percentage of that power already and really used it well today. Even tapping into 20% alone would be extremely difficult given the strain it would put on his young body. No matter how fit Izuku makes himself, one must always exert a level of precise control over OFA. This makes me glad I told him to work out in my personal gym to improve that physique of his. It's certainly helped in more ways than one, all right. She thought with a blush and looked to the side, memorizing how filled out her boyfriend became at the end of it all. Nana wondered how often they will break the bed with their lovemaking considering how toned both of their bodies are right now. I'm going to help in taking care of that naughty UAL appetite of his. He is a hormonal teenager after all. Now that I think about it, I remember at least a few students got selected to be in 1A like the rest, but couldn't make it to attendance today, for one reason or another. She considered with a furrowed brow when trying to remember who got selected to in his class. Nana remembered overseeing them all before the filing and knew one of them to be a high IQ girl named Psycho Intelli. The other one she couldn't exactly remember due to thinking about Midoriya's muscle body. Shrugging to herself and figuring they'll appear sooner or later, she simply kept trucking on forward to the Class 1A location, clutching the steel case tightly underneath her arm and wondering what kind of scene she'll be walking into when she arrives. She'll be surprised if Izuku didn't hit every single one of them, including Kiyama, who is likely bent over the teacher's desk, wearing a goofy smile on her face. That woman is thirst incarnate, and I can't think of a better person to screw her passionately other than Izuku. I do wonder if I should maybe give a call to Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Ragdoll of the Womanhood Cats team. I'm already talking to Maruko, Ryukyu, and Endeavor's sidekick named Burnin about meeting Izuku himself later on. At least once they heard from Mount Lady how great of a lay he was, mention a strapping young powerhouse of a lad, and suddenly every pro hero without a Y chromosome wants to go see him. Not that I wasn't planning on inviting them anyway, but still. She pondered then considered how bad of a dry spell a lot of them went through due to being single and career-focused, particularly Maruko, whose muscular feminine body and hot-blooded attitude chased men off despite the chocolate bunny fetish she inspires in them. Oh, I have a good feeling about later once Izuku meets those women. He'll have to be popular among his fellow heroes somewhere down the line. Why not now? I just hope he reels it in before he gets in over his head and winds up ING off a lot of wannabe boyfriends to those girls. Nah, he'll be fine, Nana said to herself, waving it off with a blush, and started skipping excitedly over to the classroom, eager to see Izuku and dispense the enhanced birth control pills for the girls. She knows her boyfriend well enough to know he never wears a protection. Meanwhile, within classroom 1A, HMH Izu Koen, Kashiko Sekigai mewed blissfully as she gently let go of Izuku's lips, relishing in the dazzled look on his young face after making out with him passionately for the past several minutes. Pulling back enough from his mouth, she saw a sliver of saliva bridging between their lips as they each breathed out hot breaths. Her lips off of dazzled Izuku's face after making out romantically with him. She had pulled back from his lips, leaving his cheeks flushed with a bridge of saliva connecting between their lips. Huff-da huff-ha Sekigai-chan. I missed that. He blissfully sighed when eyeing her with an affectionate look in his eyes, noticing she shared the same with a slight blush on her cheeks. The night at Mount Lady's apartment really bonded the two in ways neither thought possible. It's what made Sekigai transfer over to UA in the first place instead of going to Isamu Academy. Sekigai wrapped her arms lightly around his Izuku's bored neck, leaning in closely and wiggling her nose against his own with a smile. While blushing up a storm, Izuku ran his right hand down around her backside, cupping one side of her ample buttocks tightly, while keeping her close to his bare body. She was as nude as the rest of them and sat comfortably on his right thigh, straddling it, and pressing her chest up to his chest like a loving girlfriend. I did too, just so you know Yusen really misses you and says to call her back as soon as you ace the exam. Hey. She giggled cutely, making Izuku's face fluster, for he knew how insatiable that giant woman could be. Well, I guess I afgaff. Oh man. He was cut off in mid-sentence when feeling the moistness of several hungry tongues lather around the surface of his meaty, throbbing manhood down below. Izuku was really feeling the spongy sensation of several of the girls' open mouths slobbering all over his manhood. Namely Yui Kodai, the ever-stoic brunette with a prim and proper attitude and an enigma of a personality. Reiko Yanagi, the ghostly pale-skinned girl with succulent full lips and an alluring pair of dreary eyes often gazing at him through her long platinum bangs. Kinoko Komori, the voluptuous short-stacked brunette with a curvy womanly figure and playful personality as shown in her dark star-crossed eyes. And lastly, Ibara Shizuki, the highly pious-themed girl who appeared to Izuku as a soft-spoken, gentle maiden. She was underneath him, lathering her tongue along the surface of his member's underside, while the others went about and off various parts of his long, throbbing manhood. SLLPRRPP, SSHSHPP, SLLPRRPP, SSLLHP, SSHPPPP. Each girl collectively sobbed with blissful sighs of elation as they ran their soft, slimy tongues all over Izuku's, making him clench a fist tightly as he endured it all without having to burst. And just then, Shiozaki removed herself from running her tongue along the underside of his shaft and got out from underneath his chair to stand up at his side. She held her hands together solemnly as though offering prayer and spoke. "Oh, Heavenly Father, bless us for allowing this union to take place inside of our wayward classroom, and bless this room for being able to contain all of the noises we're making that our love will, and has entailed. Midoriya and I, for one, cannot wait for us to consummate our union together very soon. It'll be a holy union under the stars," she stated soothingly while her tendrils slithered about all over his broad shoulders, massaging him, while Sekigai kept her hand around his chest, feeling him up. It surprised Izuku to see the girl licking her lips naughty-tively at him, with dark eyes, focusing on his face with a smile. She really doesn't mince words, does she, huh? Sekigai spoke as Ibara clung to Izuku's side, mirroring her actions and running her hands along his chest fondly as he stayed seated between them. "I'm just as eager to enjoy you again soon, too, you know. But I can wait. I want our alone time to be uninterrupted, Izuku. Speaking of which, who are you going to help make into a woman right now anyway? That NNGHH is up for debate, gah." Izuku grunted pleasurably when the girls all hungrily lew on his ass, with Yui Kodai staying at the tip of his manhood, swallowing it into her mouth. The ever-mysterious girl focused on bobbing her head back and forth into his meat, slurping her lips around it constantly, while swallowing a few thick throbbing inches down into her throat. SSLLRRPPP. She sobbed quietly as the head went far past her lips with the girl, stretching her jawline a bit while she gobbled it all down. Even like this, she barely showed any emotion at all on her face. Seriously, what is she, a robot? I swear I've never seen someone so NGHH composed in all my life. Izuku thought as he felt her lips tightly lew on his meat, with eyes staring impassively at them whenever they opened back up. Yui kept both of her soft hands around the neck of his manhood, pumping him with gusto, while she ate him off with plenty of energy. Despite her enigmatic nature, the girl was an amazing manhood. He. Your ass are so stuffy and big, Midoriya. They're like oranges. I love tasting oranges. He. Komori gushed while she busied herself by lapping up his right throbbing with an exuberant smile on her cute round face. Izuku sobbed as he felt both her and Reiko mirror each other in tasting his S by ING on them into their mouths. Their tongues ran sensually all over the surface, with Komori being more enthusiastic, while Reiko simply pumped her hand around the base end of his manhood. She could barely even get her hand around it, no less. That's how hard and throbbing Izuku's member was right now. Between OFA making his appendage surge with energy and strength, and his other quirk stimulating their naughty drives via the connection to him, Izuku felt ready to explode like a volcano inside someone right now. Thankfully, one of the girls ceased their manhood ING and stood up ready to be ridden first. "Komori, the mushroom girl. I want to be first, Midoriya-kun. Shroom. She gushed excitedly with love-struck eyes staring at him as she showed off her voluptuous body with a smile. Kinoko Komori. The giggling mushroom girl got up from between his legs, winked cutely at Izuku, and whipped her body around in a twirl, showing off her ample curves and features in a cute, flirtatious way. Her bumox was wide and supple, perfect in curvature and shape, making Izuku want to hit it more than rawing her womanhood. Komori stuck out her tongue in a cute manner before going over to a random, unoccupied desk, then placing her hands along the surface while wiggling her hips side to side. This little mushroom pixie certainly had curves in all the right places, making her adorable as she is naughty Y. She spread her legs wide apart, showing off her buttocks and sopping womanhood, just aching to be filled up with Izuku's meat until she lowered her chest onto the desk, entirely squishing her bobas into the surface while looking at him, ready for action. Come and get it, Midoriya-kun. I can't wait for it anymore. Shroom, she called out with a manic smile on her face and wriggled her booty some more, causing her cheeks to jiggle. GGGHHKK. I can't control myself when I see someone act that way. All right, then let's do this, he said as he gestured for the other girls to pull off from their licking of his genitals and spread apart, giving him room to get up. Izuku was feeling the bonfire that was absolute devotion surge inside of his body, making him hunger for Komori's virgin naughty and causing his standing manhood ion to surge with the crackling power of OFA. Part of him worried that he might hurt or break the mushroom-themed girl if he wasn't careful, but another part of him was so far gone in a mode to consider giving it a second thought. Izuku walked up to her, noticing her velvet tightness throb and moisten up even more as he approached. He made his decision to hit the girl's snatch senseless and make her keel over as he did with everyone else, including Midnight Sensei nearby. He cast a quick look at the unconscious woman, noticing she was now dripping from her lips as she slept soundly with a delirious smile on her face. Izuku chuckled himself just a little bit and turned back to see Komori reaching down underneath her own body with her right hand. She used her fingers to spread open the lips of her vulva, exposing her entire naughty to him with a sultry smile. He saw everything throb readily for him to enter her, with womanhood visible in sight. She was clearly very naughty right now. Admiring her plump round boom, started running his fingers along the surface of her cheeks, kneading her skin like dough and making her shudder with excitement, as well as utmost. Komori giggled playfully and kicked her legs about in giddiness until he grabbed a hold of each one by the ankle and kept them spread open for him. Izuku's thick member now rose up between the valley of herbum, rubbing sensually along the surface, making her shiver even more until she felt his engorge begin sliding down to her exposed vulva. Midoriya-kun, please don't tease this girl anymore. I've been waiting for this ever since seeing you claim Midnight Sensei like an animal and leave her in a drooling mess. I want that done to me right now, she called out to him with a salivating smile on her face. Her bangs leaving her forehead, entirely showing off her starstruck eyes at Izuku, practically breathing loudly with excitement as she felt the head of his manhood begin slipping into her. All right, Komori-san, as you wish. He grunted and grabbed each of her bum cheeks firmly before guiding the head of his standing manhood ion into her exposed womanhood. SSHLLP. Iya. Oh yes. Midoriya-kun. Komori squealed loudly, with hearts popping up in her eyes in place of her usual star-crossed irises. She felt her folds stretch out widely, squeezing apart, with her muscles wrapping around Izuku's meat the more he shoved into her womanhood L-space. Her body trembled shakily as she felt him plunge nearly half of his member into her folds, making her toes wriggle and feet kick about with exhilaration. Izuku himself winced as he felt the sheer tightness of her womanhood, squeezing him tightly as she began to swallow him up into the depths of her personal space. His hands grabbed onto her doughy bum cheeks again, this time with fingers digging in deeply to allow him a sturdy hold in which to push himself to the hilt of Komori's tight, juicy snatch. He pressed himself to the point a protrusion appeared from within the surface of the girl's flat stomachum, aching her shiver uncontrollably as he began hiding her raw. Midoriya-kun, Komori cried out in ecstasy while having her tongue roll out of her mouth. Izuku steadily plowed into her from behind, making a raucous collection of flesh-slapping noises echo throughout the room itself. His waist was slapping into Komori's ample bumlessly, making her cheeks squish up against his groin as he felt her naughty churn his gargantuan member right up into her womanhood. HGH. She's just so small and tight. Midoriya cried out as he began pumping into the girl's petite body even faster with the sensations of her womanhood squeezing his meat into her sensitive depths. He dug his fingers into the doughy flesh of her bum, savoring the feeling of Komori wrapped around his as he bottomed out of her. The desk they were on top of shifted back and forth, making scratching noises along the floor, while the other girls watched with hands down their legs. Kashiko had a lip-bitten smile on her face as she fingered herself to the sight of Izuku, hiding Komori raw with savage passion. Yui simply cupped her own ample boba into her fingers, squeezing them to the rhythm of her friend's loud, sobbing, now filling up the room. Reiko simply visualized herself in Komori's place, and Ibra took to using one other vine-like hair tentacles to grind gingerly between the folds of her lips, mentally praying for forgiveness for indulging in such debauchery before the appointed taking of her virginity by Izuku. Komori had a manic grin on her face as he squished against the side of the desk, oozing saliva, as she was being ridden hard by Izuku's body. She felt the weight of his pelvis, sending her to nirvana and beyond with how amazing his member felt when churning out her insides like he was doing. She clutched the edges of the desk tightly, with her fingers digging into the frame. She was feeling him pushing in her body so deeply that he was repeatedly making her folds gush out all over his rock-hard member. Her buttocks jiggled, and her insides became tighter every second with Izuku drilling her space sensitively by having his member pump into her utter depths. The loud, squelching noises of naughty and coitus came out in constant. While all four girls watched the scene play out completely engrossed, they witnessed Midoriya's manhood cleaving into Komori's naughty over and over again, with her body trembling in the process due to his precise hard hits. He was pounding her so hard that it was causing her bum toe raise high into the air, with feet lifting up off the ground in the process. Her little legs dangled out from his sides, kicking about cutely as he hiked Komori raw with unbridled passion, making her squeal constantly and sob loudly in ecstasy. Midoriya! She cried out in bliss, forming a large oval with her mouth, having her tongue remain spilled out in a looking Ahigo-styled expression. Her womanhood had been prodded relentlessly to the point it opened up, allowing him full entry into her womb. Izuku started to feel even more pleasure from this sensation and drove into her womanhood, even more feeling it contracting around his length. The short mushroom-haired girl stuffed a hand in her mouth, biting down on it. She was stifling her sobbing just a bit while feeling her insides spread apart thanks to his member. Izuku's gentle hit ing reached a point where she started hopping up and down along the desk with buttocks, jiggling even more in front of his waist. "Oh, I'm getting close." Izuku cried out as he felt a surge of absolute devotion kick into full force. This made him give in to his more frenzied side, allowing him to pound Komori's supple bum raw in thunderous pelvic collisions that made the desk rock and rattle. Midoriya, shroom. She cried out in ecstasy as their rutting became much more passionate. The loud, raucous noises of their bodies slapping together continued unabated until both Yui and Ibra noticed that his ass were beginning to bloat largely after eyeing them from nearby. That was the signal telling them that he was about to hard inside of the girl's body and leave her stuffed full of his seed. Izuku started growling loudly in hard grunts of pleasure as he ground his waist into Herbum, hiding her so wildly that she was basically picked up off the desk with her chest hovering an inch above the surface, shaking. Komori's eyes went crossed, and the delirious smile on her face stayed on as she felt her insides beginning to coil tightly around Izuku's meat for her impending intense pleasure. He delivered one hard push right into her womanhood and felt himself beginning by feeling his shaft throb intensely and stiffen up inside of the petite girl's womb. "Komori-san, I'm Si-Ming," Izuku announced with head tossing back and clutching Komori's ample hips tightly in icy euphoria. He was able to draw his pelvis back a bit just before slamming himself back in her womanhood, feeling his S swell up before aiding directly inside of her unguarded womb. "Gaia Af!" Komori squealed loudly and flung her head back as she felt the thick molten goo of Izuku's spur flowing into her body like a tsunami. Her womanhood contracted and ed all the out his member in a frenzy of naughty UL bliss. Her body twitched wildly and shuddered multiple times while her fingers clutched the edges of the desk. Izuku came nonstop inside of her for about a minute and a half before eventually slowing down to a grand finish. You, Wawa Shroom. That's so good. She cooed blissfully with eyes drifting closed. Her body went slack, and she fell forward onto the desk surface, releasing his manhood from her gaping snatch, then oozing a thick amount of in the process. Splotch! Izuku's member pulled out of it not long after remaining utterly intact in terms of hardness. The boy leaned back a little, allowing for Yui, Sekigai, Ibara, and Reiko to get behind him and hold him up. They were each running their hands around his backside and giving themselves a chance to feel him. Reiko and Ibara both hugged his shoulders tightly and held Izuku there in a loving manner, waiting for him to catch his breath. Huff, huff, the huff. So who's next? He asked with a cheeky smile, noticing his member was still hard and surging with the power of OFA. I am, Reiko said shyly with a hand raised, volunteering herself, and blushing smile, showing a bashful smile on her face. Reiko Yanagi, SSLLPP. Ah, Midoriya. Reiko gasped loudly as she sat herself atop of Izuku's lap, sheathing his member directly into her tight, sopping from above. Reiko shivered blissfully when feeling him push all the way inside of her with one swift hit. She had mounted him in a seated upright position, resting her ample creamy buttocks directly onto his thighs, with legs wrapping around his waist through the chair and arms wrapping around his neck. Breathing loudly with a blushing face up close to Izuku's own, Reiko made sure to curl her chest forward, pressing her bobas into his chest lovingly, embracing him fully. Her boba were slightly perky, yet full in volume despite being only barely C-cup sized. They jiggled with every slight movement she made as she began riding herself atop of his length, feeling it churn her insides nicely with gusto. Izuku had his hands around her body with fingers cupping her supple cheeks in his palms. He made sure to keep her bouncing up and down onto his lap, creating a series of body slapping noises while the others watched from nearby. Kashiko was now feeling a little impatient and puffed her cheeks cutely as she crawled over to Izuku's backside from behind the chair he was seated on. Ibara had the same idea and clutched her chest in prayer, asking for forgiveness for her impatient action she was about to take. The vine-haired girl crept over to the boy alongside Kashiko, and the two of them wound up stationed behind his shoulders, watching Reiko bounce herself enthusiastically along his length, feeling it push into her womanhood in languid hot fashion. Midoriya, she breathed out with face, maintaining her euphoric expression. Her mouth hung in a circle, remaining agape as she bounced and ground atop of her lover's body. MNNG that Reiko-san. You feel so amazing. Izuku commented as he began pushing himself upwards, bucking his pelvis into her waist, meeting her body's own bounces with hard, fleshy smacks of pelvis, pumping female body for below. The loud, raucous love-making became more rampant, until Izuku noticed that Kashiko stood up at his right side with face leaning in closely to his own. Ibara was on his left, and both girls reached their hands around his shoulders, telling him to kiss them while he hyped the ghost girl. Izuku, please kiss me. Kashiko begged with a loving smile on her face, while Ibara simply began kissing up to the side of his neck from her end. She sobbed and saw with dark eyes, noticing that Izuku cupped Sekigai's head with his right hand, keeping her fixated on his position from an angle, while their lips met in a languid, passionate embrace. The girl was over the moon with happiness, once again, as she felt her boyfriend's lips loo and tongue out her own like an expert. Mum. Izuku. She sobbed with eyes closed behind her glasses while Reiko continued to bounce fantastically along his waist, feeling her insides beginning to churn with her first, now impending. Reiko had made sure to allow his monstrous member to burrow in deeply to the point she felt him in her womanhood. The girl felt nothing like this before and wound up bouncing Herbium up and down on top his thighs in rapid-fire coitus. She became frenzied with and love as she held her hands against his chest, steadying herself so that each bounce of her slightly petite body was accurate, to where she felt his member pushing into her womanhood. Yeah. She breathed out with head tilting back, sobbing in euphoria. Izuku continued making out with Sekigai and Ibara in turns while feeling the squelching spasms of Reiko's womanhood beginning to convulse. He winced at the sensation and felt her body shudder intensely with intense pleasure, making her folds squeeze in around his length, gushing all over his manhood in a rush of. Reiko ground herself in his waist thoroughly with hips swaying around, swiveling as she felt her insides contract around his member in nonstop euphoria. She came and shuddered for all of half a minute until she settled, feeling her breathe leave her body. Groaning at the sensation of her womanhood, squeezing his member, Izuku held out as he grabbed Reiko's buttocks tightly and picked himself up from a seat. The girls watched as he launched them both up to hit the ghostly girl in a stand and carry position, keeping her hoisted on his member, with body slapping itself fervently against his waist with feet dangling out of his sides. She was breathing raggedly and clinging onto Izuku's neck with her hands, huffing loudly with a euphoric expression on her face. Izuku felt her womanhood slide onto his member and squeeze around him, some more pushing him ever closer to blissful release. There was just such a sensitive, pleasant sensation to touching Reiko Yanagi's cool skin that Izuku found refreshing an addiction. He whiffed her scent, feeling chills up his spine as he drove himself into her from the waist at an even faster pace. Smacking noises of their bodies reverberated throughout the room, while Ibara and Kodai watched together and feeling frisky from the sight. Yo, Afa dot midriya. Reiko cried out as she hung back her head, panting loudly as she felt locked her legs tight around Izuku's pelvis, bringing them both to the apex of intense pleasure. And then GHHHH. Here comes Reiko-san. Izuku groaned loudly and felt the presence of the girl's face come close to his with supple lips parting open, ready to receive yet another kiss. MMHM. She engaged Izuku in a steamy lip ing kiss while feeling her end hit her like a brick wall. Her body ally shuddered with insides convulsing tightly around his length, bringing Izuku to the end and beyond with S pumping loudly in intense pleasure. NNNG, ch. He cried out between her succulent lips and drove his pelvis back, only to drive himself to the hilt inside of Yanagi's tight, juicy snatch, releasing himself in intense pleasure. He let out a blissful growl of ecstasy, feeling his S-pump like uns with shafts swelling inside of Reiko's. The ghostly girl's eyes went wide with delight as she felt the thick molten warmth of Izuku's seed pouring into her womanhood. Throb. Hein ha ahaha, and Midoriya Koen. Reiko breathed out loudly once. She broke off from his lips with a blissful smile on her dreary face. Her body twitched numerous times with her insides throbbing around the boy's pulsating member repeatedly. She was ing up every last thick blast of spur Izuku had to offer, not even caring if she somehow wound up pregnant. Uffa! Izuku growled with clenched teeth again and wound up for as long as half a minute until he was finished. Once Reiko went ragdoll in his hands, he gently carried the girl over to the nearest desk and gently rested her on top of one, noticing she was now resting with a peaceful smile on her face. With another splotch of gushing out of her quim, with a sloppy noise, Izuku unsheathed himself from Reiko's body with a sigh, then noticed the crackling surge of energy traversing his mammoth of a member dwindling just a bit. I'm actually almost at my limit right now. There was so much need to finish off the other three girls right away. Izuku realized when he turned around to see all three girls themselves standing up right in front of him. Each one had stood together in a row, as though telling him to take care of their needs, all at the same time. Izuku had no objection to that, and wondered if he could bring a girl off with just his fingers. His member, despite being powered by OFA, was starting to feel sore, even though it was still throbbing firmly in its standing manhood state. Kashiko was blushing brightly as she held her forearms around her bobas, squishing them together and making them appear bigger for his amusement. Yui fiddled with a lock of her dark hair, while eyeing his member with a fixated stare. The girl obviously looked hungry enough to taste it, finally dropping her impassive stare earlier. It seemed the thirst was real with her, and now she was openly displaying it for his throbbing, standing manhood. Ion, bucking her legs inwardly. While doing so, lastly, there was Ibra, holding out her hands like a divine figure accepting someone into their grace for comfort and support. Izuku simply eyed her bobas, slightly jiggling in the dark patch of hair above her moistened mound, telling him she was ready for him to consummate their union. Midoriya-kun, please just take care of all three of us together at once. No, we cannot wait any longer. Our bodies burn for you, O holy savior. She breathed out, soothing, with a blushing face and eyes pleadingly staring at him, with the others pretty much telling Izuku to just hit them all at once already, as she's just so cute. Izuku thought to himself as all three remaining girls came closer to him, ready to push him down or have him wrap his hand around their bare bodies, ready for him to hit them raw. He gulped down whatever nervousness he had and held out his arms, readily feeling them close into his body in a sweet embrace. He could feel the warm skin of each girl's soft frame pressing into his waist and chest, with hands running along his face and shoulders softly with smiles. Izuku decided to reach around both Yui and Kashiko with his hands, strongly grabbing onto each girl's rear, causing them both to mule. Ugh! Izuku-kun, Sekigai breathed out with head tossing back a little, while Yui Kodai did the same, except silently. They felt his hands grab tightly onto their ES, pulling them in closer, while Ibra squished into his front, running her bare body along Izuku's waist, feeling his member hot dog or naughty, Yuli smooth thighs nicely. Half that it feels so warm, the divine rod of Midoriya-kun. Ibra sobbed while she felt Izuku begin sawing it out between her legs, making her melt while he grabbed the other two girls, tightly pulling them in closer. Midoriya. Yui breathed out with a slightly flustered look on her face. She and the others were as close as humanly possible, ready to begin giving their virginities to the boy of their dreams, while everyone else remained soundly unconscious, oozing from their bodies. All right, you can do this. Give each girl a great time, Izuku said to himself mentally, then squeezed his fingers into each of their rumps, causing a collective sigh of relief to escape their lips respectively while they sobbed. Kashiko went first by puckering her soft lips, taking off her glasses, then honing in on Izuku's face, ready to receive him for another steamy sweet kiss. Izuku returned the kiss in full force. He was now sharing in on Sekigai's taste as they exchanged saliva, with tongues curling over each other in languid, passionate embrace. The girl refused to let go of Izuku and locked her fingers around his curly hair, relishing the feeling of him making out with her once again. Meanwhile, Yui tended to one of his S by kissing around his right pec and ing on in her cute mouth, making Izuku whimpered inside of Sekigai's face. Ibra simply ran her gentle, smooth hands along his neck, massaging him while she nibbled at his collarbone in gentle bites of his flesh. Emmechemmum, she mewed while tasting him and gently squeezing her teeth and lips around each pocket of skin she could wrap her lips around. All three girls continued this sensual romantic foreplay of 3 against 1 for a staunch few minutes, while Izuku fondled their bums sensually with his hands, making them wetter than a drenched napkin at this point. Not that they weren't already. Kashiko Sekigai, Yui Kodai, Ibra Shiozaki. After exchanging a saucy three-way kiss between all three girls, one in which Izuku hungrily tongued out the mouths of each one, right after sharing in on a three-way kiss, he decided to attend to Ibra first and foremost. The other girls kept themselves glued to his sides, turning themselves around and presenting their ES to him, ready for him to have fun with them any way he wanted. Both Yui and Kashiko planted their hands flat on the surfaces of a few desks, parting their legs, as they felt Izuku's hands reach down underneath, each one ready to them to completion. His right hand dug into Kodai's with a pair of fingers, gingerly stroking her moistened naughty, causing the once stoic enigma of a girl to shudder loudly and begin rocking her pelvis into his hand. She let out many delirious sobs and started breathing loudly, feeling Izuku pump those strong OFA-powered digits in her womanhood, making her stature crumble as she clutched the edge of the desk. While he did this with her, his left hand tended to Sekigai's tight, moist noddy, spreading open her womanhood lips, then spearing a pair of fingers in her folds, making her squeal out loudly as he began hiding them in her slit in hard, gentle hit S. Kashiklo closed her eyes and started sobbing loudly with mouth remaining ever agape. Her snowflake-colored hair started tossing back and forth along with her shoulders as she felt Izuku's finger breach into her more sensitive space. Her gushes all over his hand constantly while he kept multitasking by doing the same to Yui and feeling Ibra hoist herself up with her vines to plant herself on his meat. The pious vine-haired girl grabbed onto his shoulders tightly with her hands and vines wrapping around Izuku's legs while keeping her waist hoisted upward, ready to impale herself onto his manhood and ride him in midair. Inching ever closer to his, she impaled herself slowly onto his member, feeling it spread apart her lips and sheathing such a thickness in a space that the girl felt like she was dying and going to heaven. She tossed back her head, let out a mighty wail of delirious ecstasy as she felt her sensitive hymen give away to Izuku's meat. With a loud shllppp sound, she gave her cherry a nice pop of pain before feeling Izuku's length push in her womanhood resting at halfway. Ibra let out a mighty scream as she blushed up a dark color of red on her face, feeling Izuku stretch her out indefinitely while she ground her womanhood on his waist the same time he continued hiding the other girls. Once she settled down, the pain quickly went away, thanks to absolute devotion nullifying it for her, leading to the girl to begin hiding herself languidly onto Izuku's waist, creating a raucous of loud, flesh-slapping noises that filled the entire room. Her legs stuck out of his sides, dangling helplessly while her thick mane of vine hair kept her mounted upward onto his manhood, pushing her nimble maiden body onto him again and again in non-stop naughty UAL bliss. She yelled his name, howled to the heavens in prayer and thanks while she feels the divine rod pummeling her naughty, relentlessly giving her heaven. Izuku felt himself beginning to lose his load already after 10 minutes of hardcore, hiding, feeling the pious vine-hair girl's snatch wrapped tightly around his manhood. Ibera came 2 or 3 times while riding him vertically, eventually leading Izuku to directly inside of her. With a hard grunt and a fierce shove of his waist, pushing into the girl's tight womanhood, he let out another thick deluge of spur directly into her unprotected uterus, filling her up and making her dark eyes go wide with euphoric delight. Around the same time, both Yui and Sekigai came hard around his fingers, squeezing them in tightly and splashing much of their personal nectar onto his hands. They shuddered and thrashed about for nearly a minute after seeing Ibra slowly descend to the ground via her mane of vine hair tendrils. They saw the girl collapsed into a blissful state of euphoric bliss, looking peacefully asleep with her hands around her chest in a prayer gesture. Izuku found it cute, if not a little weird, why she considers herself a Mother Mary. But then he turned his attention to Kodai, who got on top of a random desk surface, planting her hands against the wall, wriggling her rear enticingly at Izuku with a slight blush on her face. Steadying his hand around her waist and guiding his sensitive, dripping, standing manhood ion over to her moistened slit, Izuku pushed the head of his member directly into Yui Kodai's snatch slowly from behind. The girl clutched at the wall surface, scrunching her face tightly as she pursed her lips and blushed even harder at being penetrated this way. Her maidenhood was slowly giving way to Izuku's impending length, pushing its way through her insides until it arrived at her hymen. Thankfully for her, it was softened up for the same reasons everyone else's was: intensive physical training to be applicable for Class 1A and usage of her quirk. Yui may not have had a very physical one, but it was impressive nonetheless, and she needed to be agile and flexible to always be on the move when using it. Feeling Izuku's fingers dig into the soft, doughy tissue of her creamy porcelain skin, Yui felt the boy of class push himself inside with a sharp, making a loud, squelching sound, and taking away her virginity to be given away to him. She lunged her head backward, letting out a fierce, low-volume sob, and started breathing laboriously as she felt over half of Izuku's manhood plunge straight up into her womanhood like so. She felt the bulbous head nudging against her womanhood, practically forcing it open as he rested his waist against her buttocks from behind. She clenched her teeth and closed her eyes while breathing tiredly and trying to adjust to it. The feeling was too intense for her, almost too much to bear, but she found herself gyrating her buttocks around Izuku's waist, nonetheless relishing the feeling of being joined with him at long last. She let out another blissful wail of ecstasy as he began gently pumping himself into her in sturdy subsequent hit. Skin-smacking sounds now filled the room once again as Yui was feeling Izuku hit her gently, making her mouth hang agape in silent, sobbing euphoria. Sekigai, meanwhile, got on top of Yui's body from above, planting her feet carefully on the desk surface, currently shaking underneath the girl's writhing body. She looked down at Izuku, Midoriya, grunting warmly, as he slammed away into the brunette's tight womanhood, making her claw at the wall with hard, ragged breaths escaping her lips. Sekigai cupped Izuku's chin in her right hand, lifting him up to see that she was pressing her naughty closer to his face suggestively. He was breathing strong, hot gasps of air that caressed her sensitive region, making her shudder blissfully until she pressed her mound into his soft, hot lips. Izuku launched his attack on Sekigai's womanhood immediately and gently nibbling her sensitive folds apart so that he could drive his tongue inside of her folds, causing her no end of sensitive stimulation, making her lurch herself back with pelvis grinding along his face. She was heaving loudly with delirious sobs escaping her lips. Sekigai's face was contorted into one of pure elation as she felt Izuku run his tongue around slowly inside of her naughty like so. He was still bucking into Yui's womanhood, hiding her harder as time went by. Minutes had passed until his waist had began slamming into the girl's body, making her bounce and rock along the desk surface, while he ed on Sekigai's slit leading to his tongue flicking up her oris. The girl came hard and lurched her body around in the air, with womanhood grinding itself along the boy's face as she clutched his head tightly and rode out her intense pleasure. Splashes of spritzed his jawline and tongue, allowing Izuku to taste Sekigai lavishly while swirling his tongue around the inside of her naughty. She wailed happily in nirvana, while Kodai simply stuffed a fist in her mouth to keep from screaming out in looming ecstasy. The girl felt her naughty throb the more Izuku pushed in her womanhood again and again, making her body begin to shudder in an oncoming explosive, intense pleasure. The same could be said for Midoriya himself as he began pistoning in and out of her tight, demure body, feeling her womanhood beginning to contract. He howled in ecstasy, right lips Angie opened Sekigai's womanhood, while feeling his member beginning to throb. Both Yui and Kashiko together felt their S happen around the same time, leading to a dual chorus of girls screaming out in "I see" relief, bringing Izuku along with him as he came. Grunting hard and rolling his mouth around the top girl's womanhood, Izuku felt his member expand and launch a semi-final volley of seed straight into Kodai's depths, making the girl shudder ally, as a goofy smile formed on her once unreadable face. She shuddered and ground herself into Izuku's pelvis, feeling spurt after spurt of thick viscous cascade into her baby maker, filling her womb up to the very brim for as long as a minute and a half. Once he was done pumping her, he saw the girl slump over the desk with her face nudging against the wall surface behind. She now had a goofy expression on her face, one that was comparable to Midnight herself, while a thick splurge of oozed out of her gaping womanhood. With a soft squelch of moisture and spur gushing out, Izuku pulled himself free from Kodai's snatch, then looked at his final opponent, Kashiko, now sitting on her bumatop of one of the last clean desks in the entire room. The girl looked happily at him, with eyes visibly love-struck and legs modestly parted, showing him her moistened womanhood ready to be plowed all over again like she had wanted since the beginning of this class. "Please come and get me, Izuku-kun. I'm waiting for my hero now," Sekigai said with a purr in her voice and love in her heart as she watched Izuku saunter over to her ready to make love to her all over again without the inclusion of others. "You look beautiful," Sekigai-chan. Izuku breathed as he got in front of the desk, grabbing her legs gently, then prying them apart so that he could guide his slick, throbbing member over to her pink, moist folds. Her right foot now dangled over his left shoulder, while the other one was simply held in his strong right hand. Sekigai leaned back onto the desk comfortably, while propping herself up on one of her elbows, gladly showing off her smooth, perky boba to Izuku with a loving smile. She felt her heart beating rapidly inside of her chest. She was finally alone with him without having to include anyone else like they did the first night at Mount Ladies. Now, Kashiko wouldn't trade that night for anything in the world, and she was glad the older woman was there to really show her the ropes on how to please her man, as well as greatly enjoy being pleased by him. Now, however, she finally had Izuku to herself just like she wanted ever since that night. Having thinking about the boy constantly, since then Kashiko fantasized how their more intimate and romantic solo encore would go. Seeing his youthful and determined face come closely, she brought her hands around the back of his neck and his head, pulling Izuku up to her face, just as he lined himself up to push in her fold. Sekigai's right leg now dangled up high above her right shoulder, while he placed his right kneecap just below her thigh, keeping her their position joined, so he could prepare to mount her from above readily. Thank you. Izuku-kun, I truly adore you and have been waiting for this ever since that day now. Please take me. Right now it's all about us with no one else getting included. At least for a while anyway, she purred confidently, with eyes glistening with utter happiness. She's just so perfect right now. So prim and proper and demure like a real angel. Izuku commented, feeling the throbbing pulse of AD make his body take the next step. His member throbbed in utter awe as he sunk himself down onto Sekigai's body, sheathing his length into her sopping tight womanhood, causing her to sob loudly until he wrapped his lips around hers, unleashing a bout of passionate fury within them. Sekigai sobbed loudly while he languidly meshed her mouth and lips in with Izuku's. Together they made out passionately with tongues pushing back and forth into each other, while Yasuki pressed himself further onto her body, sheathing his length into her tight teenage folds, making Kashko scream out in ecstasy inside of his face. Their tongues continued, whirling over each other languidly in sensual romantic bliss, with Sekigai wrapping her arms tightly around Izuku's face, smothering the boy in her embrace as they began hiding right there on the surface of the desk. Izuku kept his position steady as he hammered himself back and forth in her body, leisurely with member driving into her tightening folds with a hard squelch. The girl mewled and sobbed inside of his mouth as she felt him strongly loo on her tongue, leading her to begin curling up her backside as she embraced him entirely. This lovemaking at its finest in Sekigai's eyes, as they started taking things slowly with Izuku, pushing into her sensitive naughty with swift and gentle ease. He pressed himself firmly in her waist, feeling her body shudder and her legs shake with one curling around his backside tightly. Together their pelvises started grinding into each other with intensifying pace. Sekigai's mouth opened up after breaking apart from Izuku to let constant gasps of elated breath escape them. The heat in the room was picking up, and the boy was pushing into the girl with increasing pace, feeling her insides slide moistly around his length, coiling its muscles over his shaft as he plunged into her again and again. Izuku had taken to kissing up her neck, treating her with respect, and gently nibbling at her skin, while making her feel the grip of his right hand cup her bumach from above, pulling her higher into his frame. By this point, Sekigai's legs came free and wrapped tightly around Izuku's hips, keeping him joined her as they started bucking against each other with intensifying passion. The trembling noises of the desk started to creak even louder as Izuku felt the drive of AD and OFA compel him to give this girl all the energy he had remaining inside of himself. Adatseki-chan, he grunted as he pistoned in and out of her body languidly, with manhood embedding itself in her sopping folds over and over again, making Sekigai chomp down on her left fist, stifling her screams. She squeezed her eyes shut, embellishing the blissful sensation of Izuku railing her raw with his member, sawing in and out of her folds in rapid-fire coitus. Izuku, she cried out, finally letting go of her fist and reached back behind her head, holding it with her hands like she feeling too much pleasure go into her body at the same time. Izuku's entire body lit up in a gentle red and green glow. His member was cackling with energy, making its shape throb and swell up as he drove in a Sekigai snatch with hard pelvic hit S. He held the girl's waist into his arms, taking her in a slightly elevated missionary position right now. Izuku was feeling her bumox bounce up and down against his waist while his S rapidly slapped into her crack at the same time. Her mouth fell open and her eyes closed tight in euphoric delight. She ran her fingers through her hair when she feeling Izuku scramble her insides with his manhood, making her womanhood open up for him to drive his mammoth member right into. Izuku had unknowingly drove himself into a very sensitive spot, making Sekigai's body writhe ally along the desk surface. Her legs shot up into the air with feet curling down, her arms clenched tightly around the back of his neck, holding onto him for dear life as he lets the primal drive of his take care of the rest. Izuku's body became more incensed with as he began pummeling faster in a Sekigai from above, feeling her insides coil tightly around it as she felt wave after wave of impact ripple across her cheeks from below. She felt Izuku pick her up off the surface of the desk, keeping her hoisted like he had Ibra and several others earlier. Kashiok remained hung off of his body and his manhood, feeling the latter pummel into her naughty at full force, making her wail like a banshee as she started coming. Izuku, she screeched out, unknowingly disturbing a certain naughty ed-up teacher from slumber atop of her desk. Midnight, aka Namuri Kiyama, awoke with groggy blue eyes and saw the entirety of her class laying bare D all over the classroom, messy with and reeking of naughty. Her eyes went wide for a bit till she saw that Izuku was currently railing the very last girl who was consciously making her scream and wail as she felt his mammoth of a member pile in her sopping womanhood non-stop, as though Izuku were an animal in human flesh. She howled and kept her arms locked tight around his neck, feeling every inch of her womanhood L surface expand to accommodate the thickness of the boy's meat pushing inside her. Oh my, I think I'm getting turned on already, again, but crap, what time is it right now? It had to have been over an hour since this bang-a-thon started. Midnight struggled to collect her thoughts while hearing the distracting noises of Sekigai wailing loudly for another half-minute until she felt Izuku's length slam into her G-spot again, leading to her achieving intense pleasure. Ee aghai! She cried out in ecstasy with eyes closed and mouth breathing hotly as she hung off of his built frame. Izuku grunted as he felt her insides coiling tightly around his member, causing him to succumb to his last for the day. GGHNNKK. Seiki-chan, the here I come. He cried out and felt his bumox clench as his S throbbed and his shaft swelled up inside of her naughty, filling it with load after load of thick dents, now painting the insides of the girl's womb. Kashiko clung tightly to Izuku Midoriya's body, feeling the wave of blissful, intense pleasure wash off over her as she shuddered constantly with legs straightened out. The girl's face started screwed up into one of ecstasy, making an Ahigo expression just like Komori did earlier. Namuri could hear the thick pumping noises of Izuku's splashing into the young girl's taint, literally bloating up her stomach a bit while it went on for another whole minute. Yo! Oh yeah, Izu-kun, my Izu-kun. She shuddered until the girl placed her lips on his, kissing him passionately one final time before she went ragdoll in his arms. Sekigai finally started shuddering madly in icy coitus, feeling her insides stuffed with spur as she was then carefully laid down onto an empty chair, resting peacefully as Izuku stumbled back. His member had finally went flaccid. The glowing surge of OFA faded from his body, leaving him fatigued as can be with the ever-glowing fire of absolute devotion remaining kindled inside of the boy's body. Huff, huff, huff. Oh, I'm about to pass out right now. He let out in a winded manner, hearing the gentle giggling of one other voice in the room directing him to see Midnight Sensei sitting bare D atop her desk with legs crossed and glasses on her smiling face. You may as well. Midoriya-kun, I do believe you earned a rest with coaching the orientation of the girls here. Hope you have more in you on a daily basis, not necessarily for the class, but for this thirsty teacher, right he. I am arriving at the class door like a normal person. A familiar womanly voice boomed into the area, and suddenly the door to Class 1 slid open, nearly tearing itself off of its hinges, leading to the appearance of Nana Shimura, Galmite, arriving in a bombastic fashion. Nana-chan? Izuku thought to himself, feeling both excited and worried what she might say when seeing the entire classroom of Bear D schoolgirls oozing his. Howdy everyone! How'd the orientation go? Oh my goodness! Izuku Midoriya, what have you done? She mockingly asked with a barely visible giggle, making the boy sigh loudly before falling back onto a random Bear D girl before passing out. I knew he'd pass out, just had a time it is all. Nana looked over to Midnight with a questioning gaze and a coy man-hoodie smile before bringing up the steel case from under her arms to present them to her. So Nana-san, what brings you here? Midnight questioned with a flummoxed face and hoped she would close the door before somebody else sees the classroom this way. Cece, could you please hurry and close that door before the principal or somebody else sees us? Nana chuckled and did just that before walking over to Midnight's desk, carrying the case, then placing it on the surface before opening it up. Don't worry, it's just me here. Besides, the reason I came was to bring these for all the girls here. Looks like I was right in assuming Izu-kun wouldn't be able to unleash his pent-up manliness anywhere other than inside each girl. These are specially made birth control tablets. I had support whip up. Figured none of these promising future heroines want to be a mother this early. Nana explained while Midnight simply took a small diaphragm of tablets for herself and hugged her belly, feeling stuffed full of Izuku's spur from earlier. So, but how is he, by the way? Nana asked before turning around to look at all the girls resting peacefully in post-coital slumber, each of them wearing a tired smile on their face and oozing from their gaping pussies, with Izuku resting atop of the rear of a Bear D Ochako Uraraka. His hands were accidentally on each of Yayorozu and its Sukabobas, being used as makeshift pillows of comfort. I'd say he's a total darling. Aside from having godlike stamina, durability, and naughty UAL aptitude from exploring a girl's weakness, I'd say he's well on his way to whatever it is you had in mind when you sent him here. But on top of everything else, it seems like Izuku has a great control over that powerful quirk of his. Despite having all these thirsty, really frisky girls over him, he didn't go wild and take them roughly like one would think. He was a gentleman to the end, apparently with Sekigai, standing there to prove it, being his last partner and all. Nana nodded at her estimate and surveyed the chaotic scene with an intrigued smile before looking over at Izuku's tired body sleeping soundly atop of those Bear D girls. Well, I did see promise in him after all, but he still has a ways to go before controlling this powerful quirk of his own free will. Otherwise, half of Japan is in danger from him, and I really would rather not have my darling Izuku deprived his dream of becoming a hero. That being said, did you know that you have a few missing on your roster, Namiri-san? Nana asked, looking over to Midnight with a playful smile, and eventually waited with her for the students to be waking up so that they could give each girl their respective birth control tablets. Back at Izuku's house, hisses, steam was coming out from the boy's pants as he held it open for himself to keep pouring small cubes of ice onto his smoking manhood. Izuku wore a pained yet exhausted smile on his face while he leaned back into the couch surface, continuing this treatment for what felt like 5 minutes. An NGHHH so painful, but it was worth it to give them all a great time. He sighed to himself, while his mother Inko watched from afar with mouth agape in shock, seeing that steam was literally coming out of her son's sweatpants. Tea that shouldn't even be physically possible. Inko gasped in shock as his treatment continued for another 20 or so minutes. I'm not doing something that big ever again, maybe to NNGHHH. He thought to himself as he thought about all the special girls he met in his new class at UA. He was still riding the high of surprise that he got into his dream school, and a top class no less, but the girls that Izuku connected which were foremost on his mind, and he hoped to really get to know them better one by one without turning things into mindless casual naughty. Shuko Todoroki, Ochako Uraraka, Kyukujuru, Turu Hagakure, Mina Ashido, Kami Utsushimi, Kashiko Sekigai, Kendo Itsuka, Momo Yaru Ajri, Setsuna Tokij, Yui Kodai, Ibara Shizuki, Kinoko Komori, Reiko Yanagi, Ponitsu Natori, and lastly the teacher herself, Namuri Kiyama. All of them were on Izuku's mind now, as he wondered the rest of his first year at UA Academy will go. His hopes, his dreams, and his many loves all went into the future in this place. He wouldn't let Nana down and become the top hero, the best one this world has ever seen after All Might, and he'll do it without letting absolute devotion control him or steer him down the wrong path. He loved these girls, and he would do anything to protect them, like a good hero should. Sleeping soundly in his bed and snoozing peacefully underneath the blankets with a peaceful smile on his face, Izuku Midoriya slumbered away, eagerly awaiting the first start of classes to begin as of Monday rolls around. The door to his bedroom opened up just a tiny bit, revealing the excited face of his mother, Inko Midoriya, wearing her usual pink fluffy sweater with an olive green skirt. She was feeling giddy as she clutched the sides of the doorframe, eyeing her beloved son in anticipation of today. Just you wait, Izuku, today will be a special day for you. With the kind of celebration surprise we have in mind, you will just be wanting to stay in bed with us all day long. You really have found yourself a lovely lady in Nana-san. Inko thought to herself, covering her lips and stifling her lips with a smile before quietly closing the door. She left the hallway to go over into the kitchen and saw that her phone, which rested on the kitchen counter, buzzed with a new message display and notifications. Reaching over and picking it up, she had a smile stretch on her face and looked to the front door of her house before going over to open it. Once she did, she revealed the grinning face of Mitsuki Bakugu, her next-door neighbor and fellow lover of her son Izuku, standing there with a paper bag full of mysterious goods inside. Rather than her usual domesticated clothing wear, Mitsuki was wearing a tight-fitting crop top over her chest, barely holding back her luscious bobas despite showing off the underside of her cleavage as well as the top. It was little more than a loose blouse barely clinging together over her bosom. It was almost like she was wearing a swimsuit. Inko was astonished by her shyness in wearing such a thing out in the open until she noticed what she wore around her legs. Over her thighs were a pair of thigh-cut tight black booty shorts, bringing out the curviness of her legs, thighs, and her supple bum. Inko blushed hotly when seeing her friend in such a skimpy set of clothing. It honestly made her envious of the woman's confidence and brazen attitude. Hey, Inko, is Izuku awake yet? I've been feeling antsy for this ever since waking up early in the morning to get ready. Mitsuki greeted with a coy smile. Ah, Mitsuki-chan. You're here and wearing such clothing too. No, he's not awake just yet, she answered and let Mitsuki on the inside, closing the door behind her as the blonde attractive mother swayed her booty vivaciously with each step she takes. Inko continued where she left off and blushed while cupping her face in a fond smile in regards to her dashing son, Izuku Midoriya. Besides, I want to wake Izuku up in a very special way, a good morning surprise in the form of the three of us creeping into his bed and waking him up the fun way. To do that, we'll meet Nana-san here first. Dirty mommy. Mitsuki snarked coyly as she slid off her sandals and went into the hallway to peek into Izuku's bedroom. She saw him sleeping soundly and smiled naughty-tively before pulling back. The blonde woman then hugged her arms and let out a shuddering sigh before going back to the living room to sit herself down on one of the living room couches while Inko did the same. I'm hoping that superstar of a woman brings the good she talked about. I don't want to have to explain to Katsuki that I'm pregnant when he hasn't seen me see anybody. Not that it's any of his business anyway, but still, he could be a massive when it comes to seeing boys fawning over me, or rather anything really. No idea where he got that from. Mitsuki mused while crossing her legs. Inko nodded in agreement. I agree on the idea of pregnancy. I like to think that Nana-san might consider entertaining such an idea for certain in the future if or when she decides to retire from hero work. I don't mind at all if Izuku is the one to give her a baby, I believe they're a very cute and perfect couple together, but alas, I still want to be by his Sid because of how amazing he is as a lover. Inko sighed happily as she let her mind wander off into dreamland when recalling how passionately her son had hyped her during their first time in her bed. Sounds like you're quite familiar with her, Inko-san. Mitsuki pointed with a pleasantly surprised look on her face. Inko snapped out of her trance. Yes, we've been meeting several times over the course of these past couple of weeks when Izuku was busy studying and training for his exams. Seeing him on TV and in action thrashing those robots made my heart soar. I was just so happy seeing Izuku finally follow his dream like he always wanted. I know he'll show everyone what he was capable of. I believe Nana-san feels the same too and knows it like I do. Izuku will become a great hero in the future for certain. If she wants to marry him when he gets older, then I have no objections to it. Inko explained, making Mitsuki's eyes widen in surprise when a smirk crept up on her face again. Well, if that day does come, I hope she'll still keep letting us thirsty moms have a piece of him even then. I don't think I'll ever want to let that adorable little broccoli head go. Do you, Inko? Feel like staying the naughty kind of mother for Izuku even when he's married and maybe gets a fan club of swooning women? She asked, and Inko blushed heavily before slowly nodding her head without hesitation to Mitsuki's proposal. Just then, the doorbell rang, capturing both women's attention. Inko got up from her seat on the couch to go get it. When she pulled the door open, it revealed the sight of a tall, robust Nana, Shimura, standing there in the doorway, wearing a large, cumbersome lady's trench coat over her body, smiling jovially as she waved at Inko. She carried a stainless steel case underneath her right arm as she greeted her fellow Izukuan lovers. Hey there, Inko-chan. I'm here and I'm right on time, it seems. I'm guessing Izukuan isn't awake yet. She guessed with a bright smile, and to her delight, she saw Inko nod in affirmation before letting her on in. Now, all three women were inside her living room with Nana, looking as giddy as Mitsuki did, all of them excited to begin the plan for celebration that they had set up for today, involving their favorite green-haired little superhero. Hey, Shimura-san, ready to begin? Because I can hardly contain myself right now, you know? I've been so anxious for this day, the moment you proposed it to all of us. Seeing as how Izuku can't control himself properly around us, either I'd say it's only fair we combine forces and attack him directly all at once. Mitsuki said as she hopped up off the couch, shaking her chest left and right between her arms, feeling excited and passionate to begin already. Nana chuckled to herself and nodded immediately while shaking the steel case to catch their attention. Before we begin this celebration for Izukuan, I'd like to let the two of you know about these special little gems right here that I brought with me. I assume you already know what they might be, right, ladies? She led on, and Inko nodded immediately, while Mitsuki simply looked at it with growing wonder and a blushing smile. Those are the special birth control tablets you had made for us, yes? Such a large case, too. Am I to assume my Izukuan has a lot of female followers, or are we simply taking numerous turns all at once? Inko guessed, and Nana scratched the side of her face sheepishly with a chuckle. Yeah, about that. It's both, actually. Izukuan has many little girlfriends now after coming to Class 1A. That's kind of my fault, though. I meant for him to train his power and discipline him properly when in a class full of young women. He's at that age, you know. As you can guess, it did the job fine, but it also pretty much pulled nearly 20 or so female students and one very thirsty teacher into our little circle of Izuku-addicted groupies. Don't worry, though. They're patient enough to understand each other's desire in sharing him and will take turns in and outside of school. That doesn't include us, though. We get to have Izukuan plenty after school, assuming he hasn't caught the eyes of other female superheroes. But I'm sure a good talking to will get that sorted out. Nana explained, feeling partially guilty for such an impulsive action, but she was acting on Izuku's best interest since gauging his power each time they hiked. He was getting stronger and exerting more control with that secondary quirk in his body, one that exudes special reactions over a woman, causing them to fall utterly in love with him and become totally devoted. Women like Nana, Inko, and the others all frisky enough to offer their body to him right on the spot. She'd like to think she helped in succeeding to bring him a better sense of control over that power, but she also wondered just how often he'll be dropping his pants and going deep inside of a random teenage classmate when at UA Academy. To her delight and surprise, Mitsuki and Inko didn't look the least bit disturbed or angered by that bit of news. This cemented a theory in Nana's mind that no matter how many women are involved, others won't get jealous. At least that's how it looks so far. Instead, Inko was pondering how many grandchildren she'll have by the time Izuku becomes a grown adult, and Mitsuki simply licked her tongue around her lips while grinding her legs together a bit more. It was obvious she was getting very excited and impatient to have Izuku plow her soil right now and leave a thick helping of seed. Just as long as we still get to hit him outside of UA, I'm fine. At least we have domain advantage here at home. Mitsuki added, and Inko nodded in agreement, becoming flustered at the prospect of Izuku being with a bunch of girls. All three women turned their heads in the direction of his bedroom door, barely containing looks of pure animal-like on their faces. That being said, let me tell you a bit more about these babies right here before we play hide the sausage with our favorite little hero. Actually, he's not so little anymore, you know? He's gotten quite fit, bulky, and rippling with naughty UL energy. Just a heads up, Nana added last minute, making Mitsuki even more impatient, for she was feeling her thong becoming as moist as a drenched towel. Anyway, with these here, it doesn't matter if you may or may not be too old to conceive, which in my opinion is honestly a myth given our quirk-filled age, but you can have as much raw, hardcore, bareback naughty with Izuku all you want without worrying about pregnancy or any possible naughty ULE transmitted diseases. I've really got to thank UA Support Course for making them for me on such short notice. That's wonderful to hear, Nana-san. I plan to have Inko's son put his baby batter in me every time we're alone together, but I must know, what are you wearing underneath that trench coat? Mitsuki asked, and Nana set down the case before reaching in her coat to pull it open, revealing what she was really wearing to both attractive mothers and shocking them entirely. Oh my, I should have bought something similar for the occasion as well. Instead, I'm just wearing my usual everyday clothing. Inko said, feeling ashamed of herself for not having something more risque worn over her body like Nana was. Mitsuki simply whistled when she looked at it. Feeling impressed, then adjusted her bobas through her skimpy top appropriately before fluffing up her wily blonde hair. Ah, that doesn't matter, Inko-san. We're all going to lose all of this anyway, come the wake-up call for our favorite little superhero. What say we get right down to it then, ladies? Nana offered as she closed up her coat, receiving nods from the other two as they left the living room together on a direct path towards Izuku's bedroom, ready and very eager to surprise him with a wake-up call. We're coming, Izuku-kun, Nana declared jovially as she, Inko, and Mitsuki all opened the door to his bedroom with glowing eyes riddled with pure and love. ZZZZZ. MHHMM ZZZZMNNH. Izuku mewled quietly to himself as he stirred about in his bed, blissfully unaware of the three human-shaped lumps now crawling up to him through underneath his covers. He stirred about a bit more, letting his head turn on its side as one of them, a head-shaped mass, rolled up to the center of his legs, making a soft gasp of excitement underneath its breath. A woman's hand crept up to Izuku's dark green sleeping shorts and swiftly pulled down the hem, down to his legs, revealing his massive member popping out and standing manhood with a case of morning wood. A series of thirst-ridden gasps came out from each head-shaped lump. 3 sets of mouths watered with naughty UAL excitement when the centermost head decided to kick things into gear. It reached up along his waist, creating a more human-shaped mass covered in thick, warm blankets. A pair of succulent soft lips opened up and started wrapping sensually around the bulbous head of Izuku's meat, making him stir pleasantly on his pillow as soft slurping noises started coming out. Schlup, shoop shoop, A woman's voice sobbed from between the boy's thighs. The head-shaped mass started bobbing up and down on his, slowly lubricating it using her squishy, soft, wet lips. ING noises began coming out from underneath the covers, making Izuku's face grow red, for he was feeling a soothing, moist pleasure come from between his legs. HNHH. Izuku sobbed quietly as he experienced what felt like a pair of wet lips slobbering all over the very top of his manhood, with the additional feeling of soft hands now gripping the bottom of his hilt and massaging it between a collection of fingers. Those hands started slowly pumping the skin of his phallus up and down in sensual, stroking motions, making loud ing sounds as the source started bobbing her head on it with even more enthusiastic passion. Izuku instinctively tossed his head back into the pillow as he felt the glorious sensation increase exponentially. Soon rings of oral moisture surrounded nearly a third of his now throbbing manhood, making him thrash about gently atop of his bed. The head-shaped mass bobbed up and down between his legs more enthusiastically, making louder, slurping noises of I.O. as it worked him even more. Agag! Izuku howled loudly and finally stirred from his sleep while feeling the moist oral vortex of a woman's mouth swallow up nearly a third of his entire length. The other sets of female lips both smiled at each other before leaning in close between the boy's inner thighs ready to take action as well. Our turn, they said in unison and reached for Izuku's groin, spreading his legs wide apart, making the blanket nearly spill off of the bed along with his legs. Right now, he was just in the perfect position to have another pair of female lips slobbering all over his genitals as each one's owner positioned themselves on the side of the center human-shaped mess. One had his right wrapped underneath her mouth. Her lips were barely able to wrap around it entirely. She hummed hungrily with eyes closed and started eloquently on the S, while the other one did the same, but more wily. Now, three sources of oral pleasure fixated themselves on slobbering, ing, and tasting all of Izuku's genitals, with each one being hungrier for his man meat than the last. One being gentle and having a green mane of hair toss around as she ran her tongue around the right side of his manhood. Another being more rough, squeezing her lips languidly around the left while switching between sliding her tongue along his shaft and fluffing that very in turns. The centermost one started sliding the thickness of his meat down into her slimy warm throat, swallowing him almost entirely, leaving a third of his member untouched. She started bobbing her head, causing loud, slurping pops of saliva to sound off when throating the boy's manhood, making Izuku stir from his slumber as he felt heaven happening between his legs. Mmgnnh. Awawa. He stirred awake finally with eyes groggily opening up, enabling him to see that underneath his blanket covering his lower body were three head-shaped masses moving up and down on his, making constantly slurping noises that were mildly muffled by the blanket. Slowly his eyes went wide in surprise as he scrambled to pull over the blankets, only to see all three attractive mother-tastic women now converging on his, slobbering his manhood with their tongues. NNGGHHHH. Mom. Nana-chan. Mitsuki-chan. Izuku blurted out, feeling the triad of sensational pleasure occupy the top of his manhood. All three adult women ran their mouths along each side of his throbbing manhood, leaving with Nana squeezing her lips tenderly around his manhood head. Mitsuki eyed him with a barely restrained look of in her red eyes. Izuku's mother had a similar face, but with more starstruck ones full of adoration. In the middle of it all was Nana Shimura, tossing him a wink as she furiously pumped the basin of Izuku's manhood, making him clutch his bed blankets tightly underneath his fingers and shout loudly in ecstasy as he came. Agag! He howled out with his head flinging backward and pelvis bucking up slightly as his manhood throbbed and pulsated before sending thick blasts of spur directly into the faces of the three women. This spurts of his manly essence caked Nana's face, leaving her to grip his pulsating shaft tightly as she kept her mouth apart, letting some of it pour into her gullet. Inko simply lowered her face down to his S and ran her hungry tongue along his scrotum, tasting her son on her lips, while Mitsuki started sliding up her soft hands along the boy's chest, feeling up his ripped, muscular body from underneath his shirt. Izuku simply remained laying on his bed, feeling his pelvic and buckle into the air like a human geyser all over Nana's, Mitsuki's, and his mother's faces until he stopped a moment later. "Ah, it's so good. Such a strong masculine scent. Ooh, I love you so much, Izuku." Inko let out as she started cleaning off dribbles of his seed from her face and the splendor off of her delicate fingers, while Nana simply ran the pearly substance all over her neck with some of it getting scraped off by her right index finger. The woman took extra joy in showing Izuku how she looked when hungrily on her finger, cleaning it of all his, while Mitsuki simply leaned back on her knees with hands going around her body to pull up her skimpy clothing. No more waiting. I'm meeting this bad boy's manhood right now. She let out and tugged up the skinny top she was wearing, showcasing her standing manhood and bountiful bobas to Izuku's face. Steam started puffing out of his nostrils when he saw it, making him feel glad his stamina resurged in full force thanks to his dual quirks. You like Izuku? I picked it out just for you, Mitsuki said naughty-tively as she then stood up to pull down her tight-fitting booty shorts from her legs after turning around to show off her supple bum. Izuku gulped down any nervousness he might have and eyed the naughty, attractive mother's body becoming bare D before his eyes. Before he could let his hormones run wild, he decided to speak up and look at Nana and her mother for confirmation on why they were here. Although he felt that was rather self-explanatory. Kazan, Nana-chan, what is all this? And not that I'm complaining or anything. It's just so early in the morning, no? Izuku inquired, sheepishly scratching his cheek despite feeling very turned on at the moment. This time, Nana was the one to speak up and got up on her feet, standing atop his bed with hands undoing her coat belt to peel it all open for him. Gacked, Izuku blurted out with a comically stunned face as Nana revealed herself to be wearing only a slim set of red ribbons around the top and bottom parts of her body. Izuku was easily feeling his standing manhood ion surging with the power of OFA already just by looking at her. The robust, feminine Amazon goddess of a woman had slender body ribbons crisscrossing around her chest and her pelvis. It was like something you'd see in an Eki-flavored fighting game, or simply an Eki game in general. Her magnanimous bobas stood out still full of life and volume despite barely being restrained by the ribbons. Her S may have been covered up, but that did not take away from the hotness one bit. There was even a label attached to the topmost ribbon saying congratulations. Nana's waist was another story, though. There were only a pair of ribbons strapped around her upper thighs and her area, barely concealing her naughty from his eyes as she let the trench coat fall down off the bed. And Nana-chan, you're so beautiful, Izuku said in awe, leading to Inko, now standing up next with hands around her body, pulling up her pink sweater until she was only wearing an olive green tank top. The bashful and meek fox of a mother decided to strip right there in front of him, while Izuku was still gobsmacked by Nana and Mitsuki's highly naughty UAL outfits. The latter's eyes were focused on his manhood, staring up at them in the face and cackling with raw energy. Mitsuki can't remember ever riding Izuku when his manhood was like that. Nana either, but both women want a taste of it right now. In case you're wondering, Izuku, this is a celebration gift to you from us for acing that entrance exam and getting into the top class at UA. Your mom and I have been meeting secretly for a while now to discuss doing this with you when it had happened. Mitsuki-san was invited since obviously you had naughty with her prior to having mommy dearest here. Nana explained while Inko continued undressing until she was in her lace pink undergarments now. Yeah, it was all thanks to you, Nana-chan, for everything. I never thought I'd make it into the Hero Academy MMMPH. Izuku was cut off from speaking once the older woman pressed herself down upon his face, wrapping her lips around his own and letting her tongue, clean of his essence, dive into his mouth. MMHM. Nana hummed warmly with a hot blush on her face as she cleaned out Izuku's tonsils, making him feel a little more relaxed. Inko had just finished changing out of her clothing, becoming stark bare D, and wearing only her birthday suit as she stood in front of her son with bobas and womanhood exposed for his liking. He instantly felt his member throb even more wildly at the sight of her like this. Nana swabbed out of his tongue even more and eventually pulled out of his mouth, leaving him breathless as she stared him in the face with a loving smile. Wrong, this was all you, Izuku. You helped make your dream a reality, with your own fists, smarts, and willpower pushing towards reaching that final goal. I only helped give you a big, strong push toward the finish line. I'm so proud of you. I love you so very much, my little superhero. She purred, leaving Izuku tearful as he smiled happily at her. But then she delivered a light smack to the top of his head. Ah, ah, ah. Remember, I said no tears when you're with me, honey. Sweet moments aside, how about we get right down to celebrating, my Isaacon? Nana said in a husky, naughty tie voice as she pulled back and let Izuku stand up, putting his hands around both Mitsuki and Inko, making them giggle happily in his arms. Oh ho, Izuku! Mitsuki giggled until he grabbed her face roughly and pulled her down onto his lips, allowing his tongue to burrow inside of her throat and dominate her own. Her eyes went wide as saucers and then instantly relaxed as she embraced him wholeheartedly, tasting his saliva with her own until he reluctantly pulled back only to stare at his mother next. Izuku, darling, come here. Inko gushed happily as she embraced her son in her arms, next swallowing his lips in her mouth, leading into a more frenzied used kiss that had their tongues pushing against each other in a sinfully sweet embrace. HHM. The voracious woman swirled her tongue around the insides of her son's mouth, making him shudder and sigh blissfully against her bare chest. Izuku was getting riled up right now. All right, he could feel his mother's ample, sizable bobas pushing into him some more as she swirled her tongue out the inside of his mouth for another minute more. It was sweet, addictive, used passion wrought between mother and son, between a man and woman. Ah, Izuku-en. Inko breathed out with little hearts in her eyes as she stood back with the three women ready for Izuku to take his pick on who he wants to hit first. Quickly pulling up his shirt over his head and feeling the surge of AD inside of his being, giving him invigoration and a highly overclocked naughty drive right now. Izuku looked between the three of them and gave his final answer. All of you at the same time. He breathed out, feeling like a bull seeing the color red, or feeling ready to breed while in heat. The quirk of absolute devotion burned bright like the Olympic torch inside of his body. Izuku was feeling hornier than he was when he had overtaken the class of girls fairly recently. We'll do it in arrangements, 2 or 3 at a time. I want to take care of all of you right now. Starting with you, Nana-chan. He reached over to the topmost ribbon over her body and pulled it down, revealing her bobas in full as some of them around her form came undone, exposing her oozing naughty to his face. Nana, Mitsuki, and Inko all felt the burning desire emanating from out of Izuku's body, as well as the filled energy of AD, making them all highly sensitive and extremely naughty. No arguments here, Izuku-en. Nana voiced as she sat down on her kneecaps with the other 2 women in tow. All of them sat on his bed and held out their arms readily for him to embrace them with little hearts in their eyes. Come and get us, master. With that, Izuku lunged himself at the trio of attractive mothers, ready to plow them until nightfall and leave him so full of their seed they'll look 9 months pregnant right off the bat. A soft, moist sound of coitus came out from once Izuku's manhood buried itself headfirst into his mother's womanhood. Inko let out a wailing whimper of elation as she felt him fill her after being without it for so long. He was situated above her, taking the lovely mother on his in a bent missionary position. Nana decided to get intimate with Inko, as well for Izuku's sake, by simply placing herself atop of the wriggling woman's body and smothering her massive boba into Inko's own while wiggling her bumox left to right and right at his face. She knew Izuku eyed her bumovan as he pushed himself deep inside of his mother's womanhood, but this made it fun for her to watch him drool over her rear while stuffing the bashful and meek woman. Nga, Kaizen, Oraye. Izuku growled as he felt his mother's womanhood sliding around his member entirely while he buries himself inside. His knees were prone and steadily held in place around on his bed, with Mitsuki nearby, furiously working her exposed naughty to the scene. Somehow she found the sight of watching Izuku in the third person hit his mother raw, with Nana as second hand, a very appealing sight to get off to. The robust woman even started grinding herself gently along Inko's delicate frame, wriggling her bumox provocatively in front of Izuku as he began to bottom out of Inko with glee. Go ahead, Izuku-en, Give mommy a pounding she'll never forget. Nana teased with a coy smile and held the other woman's hands firmly by the wrists. She squashed her against Inko's S, making the lovely woman whimper in pleasure as she began to feel her son pushing in her naughty, like a naughty, hungry animal. To Inko's delight, Izuku began immediately and started rutting into her frame from above, pushing his manhood gingerly into the folds of her naughty and splitting the woman's insides open as he pounded the entryway of her womanhood in hard consecutive movements. Inko tossed her head backward with mouth wide, agape, sobbing silently in blind euphoria while her son began really pounding her snatch with ever-growing rhythmic passion. Izuku was moving steadily into her frame, keeping himself prone and situated with her body while his S slapped into the cleft of her beautiful heart-shaped bum slaps after slap of flesh now echoed through the air as the woman kicked her feet beyond his muscular shoulders in submission, feeling him driving in her naughty with repeated penetrations that made Inko lose her mind with pleasure. Izuku's manhood was still crackling with raw energy coming out of One for All, making his manhood bulgier and thicker and giving his mother so much sensitive pleasure that she'll never want to be without again. Izuku, Inko cried out with ecstasy, her eyes rolling into the back of her head while her tongue pushed out of her mouth. A purely euphoric smile was on her face, comprised of nothing but naughty UAL joy. In Nana's eyes, it meant that Inko had long been starving for her son's manhood to be inside of her this past couple of weeks. She enjoyed seeing the mother of One lose herself to unbridled passion this way, and started dry humping her bare body by swaying her boba along with her own in eloquent skin-grinding fashion. NNNGGHHHH. Kasayan. Ugh. Izuku breathed out when feeling his mother's insides beginning to tighten up around his length as it drilled into her womanhood more eagerly, making her insides gush around him as he brought up his speed. Suddenly his S were slamming into her bumox, even faster, making small, clapping noises while they rutted into each other like animals. The sight of Nana's bum jiggling only titillated him even more. That's right. Pound the life out of your mom. Izuku. Mitsuki howled as her grew more passionate, leading to at least 3 of her fingers pushing in her sopping naughty while watching the sight of Izuku, hiding Inko laboriously. In and out his massive manhood cleaved into the woman's naughty, making a mess of moisture and spritz out onto his body. Inko's voluptuous fit, slender body rolled about underneath Nana's in eloquent naughty UAL frenzy with the beefy woman now grabbing the sides of her face so she could swab out the inside of her mouth in a lesbian kiss. SLLPPRR. Nana sobbed into Inko Midoriya's mouth with her tongue tasting her saliva. The bottom woman humped back and watched Izuku, gluing his eyes to the scene, making his pelvis row in her body even faster with hard, precise hit S. This prompted Inko to wrap her hands around the back of Nana's head, making her kiss her more deeply, leading to tongues rolling about in eloquent lesbian fashion. MNNGGHHHH. Oh man, that is so hot, Izuku called out, feeling his boyhood hormones go crazy at the sight. His manhood throbbed even more like a living heartbeat as it crackled with more energy from OFA. Suddenly Inko's womanhood felt like a tight glove squelching around his length as it speared into her womb by pushing through her womanhood. This, in turn, caused the green-haired woman to scream loudly in Nana's mouth in euphoria as Izuku took to hiding her more savagely from the bottom. Minutes passed by with the boy slamming himself into his mother's taint, feeling her insides churn and gush around it as he pushed her to the brink and pulled out. With a wet plop of moisture and hearing the woman whimper at the loss of his manhood inside her body, Izuku aimed his member directly at Nana Shimura's womanhood currently grinding along his mother's vulva. With a grin, he pushed it directly into Nana's snatch, making the busted-toned woman shiver pleasantly as she felt her boyfriend's manhood bury itself into her naughty. Aha! Oh, Izukuin, drill me hard. Don't hold anything back and use that power to its fullest inside of me. Wreck me, baby, she cried out and lifted her upper body up from Inko's chest leading her to be taken on her hands and knees in a position. Nana could feel the difference all right. She could feel how much power Izuku's manhood was packing as it throbbed inside of her sensitive nadi. Each and every nerve fiber was surging with raw energy, making his manhood stimulate every part of her womanhood as he grabbed her hips and started pounding away inside of her body. The woman let out another delirious sob of ecstasy right there, feeling him hammer away in her while his mother leaned up to start kissing her lips along the collar of her neck. Whack, ah ha ha ha! Nana cried out while wearing a delirious smile on her face, one riddled with utmost happiness as she felt Izuku drive himself all the way inside of her womb in one go. His S slapped against her nether region, making her legs quiver as they felt like wrecking S smashing in her toned feminine body. Soon noises of loud raucous coitus began anew, with Nana feeling Izuku grunting and pumping her nadi like a charging bull. Slap after slap of his pelvis collided with her bumox, creating small shock waves that literally shook his bed. Izuku grunted loudly under his breath like an animal and leaned in over her muscular back, bringing his hands up to cup her large pendulous E-cup bobas and squeeze them promptly, making Nana whimper at his touch. She was turning into jelly at his mercy and was loving every second of it. Izuku-kun, I love you that I love you so much. She cried out with a face flustered and red as their bodies heaved together sporadically in rhythmic bliss. Izuku had leaned in closely to the side of her face, capturing his girlfriend's lips into his mouth, kissing her in the most impassioned way possible while allowing their tongues to curl into each other romantically. Mitsuki bit down on her bottom lip as she watched the scene play out, feeling envious and becoming anxious for her turn next. Some women just have all the luck, huh? Oh, hurry up and cream her already, Izuku. I want it to be my turn next. She thought with a coy smile on her face as she continued hiding her sopping and noticing that Inko altered her position to have her face directly underneath Nana's thick muscular legs. The green-haired woman lifted her head up to meet his ass with her mouth and blew every inch of the surface in her lips, tasting Izuku while he hyped Nana Shimura intensely. Ayaha, mother. And that feels amazing. He cried out and tossed back his head from their lip lock and pounded away into Nana's snatch more violently, making her bum cheeks jiggle like crazy while Inko continued to run her naughty tongue along her son's sack. This intense scene carried on for several more minutes, until Izuku felt his first load begin to erupt through the inside of his manhood, making him deliver one hard final slam into Nana Shimura's snatch before directly inside her womanhood. He shuddered strongly with mouth agape in silent euphoria, while Inko simply watched the spectacle of his massive S pulsating tirelessly above her face. Aya, Izuku, Nana cried out with eyes shut tight, face contorted into an expression of utmost euphoria as she felt the thick molten warmth of Izuku's seed making its way inside of her womb like a tsunami about to plow into a small city. Her body quivered in causing her naughty to him for even more of his seed, squeezing and ing every single last drop of spur, causing an overflow of the essence to spill down onto Inko's smiling face. MHHM. Inko took to opening her mouth wide open and collecting the runoff of spur coming out of the other woman's taint. She even ran her tongue along with the entry point of Izuku's manhood being buried inside of Nana's womanhood and continued licking it until they were finished coming in unison. And then should I take the pill later? And then always wanted to be a mother. Maybe it's too early, but still, I love my little Izuku so much. I want to have his baby. Nana thought to herself as she felt her subside, leaving her momentarily spent after riding such a thick slab of OFA-powered meat for as long as she had done. With a wet splotch of spur and moisture gushing out of her opening, she dismounted and left Inko to reach up and swallow the head of her son's manhood into her lips, cleaning off the rest of his seed with a pleased smile on her face. Soon, after a minute or two of recuperation, the power of AD pulsated once again, giving Izuku one of many second wins as he became harder than rock in no time at all. Feeling his mother slobber her tongue all over his length aided in that reaction, and brought him to take the woman into his arms and carry her using his immense strength. Ua! Ah! Afa! Oh, Izuku! She gushed as she felt her legs dangle beyond his broad biceps being carried by his strength so that his manhood stood out underneath her gaping womanhood, ready to finish the job. Ready, cousin? Izuku asked with a sly smile as he felt the energy of his mother's for him, giving life to absolute devotion and making her hornier than she had been already. Inko was on the fence about taking Nana's birth control pills after this romp. A naughtier part of her wanted to become swollen with her dashing son's baby. Why, yes. Please make love to me, Izuku. She cried out with stars in her eyes and hooked her arms tightly around his neck, preparing herself for the penetration. Izuku grinned with confidence and brought her down onto his shaft, spreading apart her womanhood lips anew with his OFA-powered manhood, making Inko feel like a virgin all over again. Her eyes went wide open in surprise, and her mouth dropped open, screaming silently in euphoria. Inko felt her lips spread apart to welcome the massive length into her sensitive depths, making her toes curdle as she held onto her son's frame, shuddering explosively with a premature, intense pleasure. Wallagag! She cried out in ecstasy, giving her an Ahigo face. Izuku was surprised to see her lose it so soon, but he figured that was reasonable considering his mother never had his manhood when it was channeled with One for All. Part of him did worry he might hurt her with it, though. Inko's body shuddered sporadically with her bare body trembling against his frame, her groin rubbed up and down along his pelvis, shaking off her while she squeezed his manhood tightly. Izuku endured it and held his hands around his mother's bum tight. Fingers dipped into the creamy dough of her soft, perfect cheeks, making her shudder even more as she rode out her for the next minute and a half. Forgive me, Izuku, I thought it just felt so good that I lost it so early. I'm ready to go again. Please don't make love to me, my darling. Inko implored with tearful eyes of happiness that made Izuku want to cry as well. He loved his mother more than anything in the world, and only had her during the worst of Quirkless life. The same way she had him, they have each other, now and forever. Even with his rise to heroism as well as gathering a following of women, Izuku Midoriya would always put time aside for his mom. Okay, come here first, Kasan. He cooed darkly, bringing Inko's face close to his chin, wrapping his lips around her own, pulling her into a deep, loving kiss, while beginning to roll himself into her naughty from below. Standing up and carrying her in his arms, Izuku began to hit her gently, making Inko's body bounce along his strong chest, with legs spread wide and dangling helplessly beyond his biceps. Izuku. Inko sobbed in between kisses while savoring the taste of her son's mouth on her own. The pair made out passionately while Nana watched with a smile on her face. She was still on the surface of the bed, recovering from such a monumental she had with Izuku mere moments ago. Spurs still oozed out of her womanhood, even then, while she waited for the turnaround of partners to come full force. Inko grunted as she bounced frenziedly on her son's manhood, with cheeks jiggling voraciously as his thick member plunged into her womanhood like no tomorrow. Her eyes were wide open, her lips still ing on Izuku's face, and feeling him kiss back with just as much passion. His member plunged voraciously into her naughty from below, making loud, splotching noises come out consistently, while her insides squeezed around, desperate to keep the sensation going like an addiction. The woman was on cloud 9 right now, and seeing heaven with the way her son's member made her feel by diving into her most sensitive parts. Sure, he was hiding her womb now, but the feeling of having something with such girth and density grinding along her insides made the woman feel nirvana all the time. She was going crazy with pleasure and feeling ready to come again, but she was determined to hold out for a little longer this time. Together their bodies rutted vertically onto each other, with Inko's waist rolling along Izuku's sundering pelvis. She was feeling his length plunging tirelessly into her wetness, over and over again with utmost ferocity. Her bobas jiggled and squished into his chest, toes curling up and around while her legs dangled helplessly, with Izuku having her at his mercy. A darker part of him was loving this feeling as well. Having his mother craving him like this, it made him further resent his father for leaving her so long ago. MMHHM. Plop Aha. Izuku. Inko cried out again, with her head lolling back and mouth rolling out her tongue as she started to squeeze his member with her womanhood. Her insides had started contracting tightly around his manhood, making Izuku grunt loudly as he felt ready to deposit another heavy load again. This made him buck in her body more wildly, making her bounce up and down on him as their combined IC, and came after minutes more of raw hiding. With one hard slam after another and another, Izuku delivered one hard into Inko's tight, squelching naughty, making her cry out in ecstasy as she felt the walls break on her restraint. A howl of euphoria came out of the woman's mouth until Izuku covered it up by sliding his tongue down her throat. It was sinful, use, and utterly forbidden, but the two loved each other deeply as no mother and son could. He didn't care, as the second quirk throbbed powerfully inside of his body. Izuku was devoted to Inko Midoriya the same she was devoted to him. Nothing would change that, ever. I'm Ming, he announced, feeling his shaft through with glowing energy becoming as big as the largest bratwurst sausage after it plundered into the back of his mother's womb. His ass swelled up and his hips drew back, only to slam it all back inside of the woman one final time before unleashing a thick payload of seed directly into her womanly space. With a loud, throbbing sound gurgling inside of Inko Midoriya's body, the older woman felt the thick blast of erupting directly from her son's manhood, filling up her womb in almost no time flat and making her shudder blissfully in icy bliss. She pursed her lips tightly and shivered more intensely while she felt her womanhood inject out all the seed Izuku had to offer her. Throb. MNNGHHH. Izuku. She whimpered happily and brought her legs to wrap tightly around her son's arms entirely, wriggling her bumox along his groin as he continued to fill her insides. Inko's body shuddered in post-coital bliss a bit more until she was finished alongside him. The woman let out a sigh of satisfaction until he gently let her down along the surface of the bed to rest. His member plopped out of her sopping with a gush of, and looking fully standing manhood still. Mitsuki's eyes sparkled with ambition as she basically jumped out of her spot to tackle him onto the ground. Gag! Oof! Izuku let out a surprised yelp of panic as he was tackled off the bed with a very hungry-looking Mitsuki Bako straddling his chest. My turn, Izukuin. Hope you didn't forget about me now. She snickered mischievously and saw him smile back with a confident grin. How could I? I will never forget you, Mitsuki-chan. Not after that workout we did, Izuku replied, making her face light up as she pulled herself down onto him with her lips meeting his own for a sweet, passionate adult on teenager kiss. MMHHMMHM. Mitsuki sobbed into his mouth happily with tongue curling into his own again, this time more sensually and slow-paced compared to Nana's more frenzied exchange. Izuku brought his hands up behind her neck, keeping her closely locked onto his lips. Together they meshed in a languid, intimate embrace, with him dominating her own as she ground her bare D-naughty along his waist. Oh, mama, he's gotten even better than he was to start with. This boy has had experience all right. I wonder just how many girls he's gotten chasing after him. They made out hungrily with each other for a couple more minutes, while Nana laid on her side, nearby, watching while her spur filled hole with her fingers. She was enjoying the show and admiring Izuku's more slow-paced take on making love to a woman. He's certainly come a long way from the nervous young boy that had very little confidence in himself. He's become a man before everyone realized it. I'm proud of you, Izukuin, and I just know that you'll take the world by storm one day. It's just a matter of how you go about it. There are a lot of thirsty female pro-heroes in need of a good man in their high-stress work life. She thought to herself and saw Mitsuki pull up from Izuku's face and turn herself around to straddle him in reverse cowgirl position. Her large, supple-looking heart-shaped bum was now facing him and hovering above his stiff manhood, ready to impale herself on it and ride him to the end of the line. Izuku brought his hands behind his head to relax his posture while on the ground, and watched with a sense of excitement as Mitsuki slowly lowered herself down upon his length. The bulbous head of his manhood sunk into her wetness. She had spread open her womanhood lips to take it in a little easier, but he was massive and still surging with cackling energy. With a schlup sound, Mitsuki felt Izuku's manhood pushing into her slot, causing her to shudder blissfully as she rested her bumox down onto his groin. Wawag! Ugh, Izukuin! I'm never going a week without this thing again. You better come knocking at my door when Katsuki is not home, or I'll just break into your room and sneak into your bed. Mitsuki hollered loudly with an utterly euphoric smile written on her face as she meshed her bottom firmly onto Izuku's waist, feeling her insides expand to accommodate his newly empowered manhood pushing into her womanhood. He watched as her bumox swayed left and right, gingerly adjusting to his size, while feeling him pushing through her womanhood, making its way inside her womb. Mitsuki let out another wailing sob of pleasure soon after. Once she calmed herself down, she turned her face to look over her right shoulder at Izuku, while wearing a coy smile. Mitsuki brought her tongue along her lips and licked it naughty-tively before beginning to move. With a hard push of her pelvis, she brought her bum up high, then slammed herself down hard onto Izuku's manhood, encasing it in her wetness fully with a sigh of excitement. Oh, that feels great. Stay perfectly still, Izukuin. I'm going to ride you hard and enjoy it for everything you have. Mitsuki said, then looked in Nana's direction with a coy smile and ed her head in his direction, giving her the go-ahead to do what she thought she wanted to do. All right, I consider this practice for the future, just so you know. Nana giggled and crawled over to kneel beside Izuku's face. She brought his head up on her luscious thighs and bent herself down so that her bobas dangled over his face. Izuku's eyes lit up as he tilted his face upward and latched onto one of Nana's massive bobas, ng the areola, and into his mouth. With a quiet ng sound, he started feeding on Nana's right bow, backing her mule as she felt him feeding on him with enthusiasm. That's it. It's all for you, Izukuin. Hee. Go to town. Nana implored with a coy smile as she felt him begin ng even harder on her chest, while Mitsuki began rolling her hips bombastically along his waist, hiding him in reverse cowgirl style. Mitsuki yelped loudly in pleasure as she rocked her pelvis up and down on his waist, feeling his manhood sink deeply into her noddy. Her folds squelched noisily as they swallowed up his member, feeling it groove into her sensitive insides after long being deprived of it during his weeks of training. Mitsuki's bumox quivered and jiggled. Her hips swiveled around on his waist, feeling it throb inside of her noddy as Izuku began hit ng back inside of her on reflex. He still ed hard on Nana's baba, feeding her shudder blissfully as she held him there on her thighs. MNHHH. Adat Izuku. My bobas are actually really sensitive, but still they're all for you. She breathed out and let him feed on her right bow, squeezing her left into his strong right hands. Meanwhile, the slapping noises of Mitsuki slamming herself continued as she worked her body on Izuku's manhood, finding herself more addicted to it than ever before thanks to its OFA-powered enhancement. She sobbed and huffed loudly as it cleaved into her noddy, spreading her insides pleasurably and hitting her G-spot directly whenever she didn't squeeze her bumox along Izuku's waist. Each time she buried herself to the hilt, she shuddered explosively, making her bobas jiggle. Mitsuki was having the time of her life right now. She grabbed a hold of his ankles and started rocking her bottom even harder, making loud, slapping noises that soon stirred Inko awake. Moi. Inko giggled playfully when seeing Mitsuki, her longtime friend and neighbor, bounce herself sporadically along with Izuku's manhood. Seeing the bombastic blonde woman hit herself on his meat pillar made the woman's insides froth even more with excitement. She loved that Izuku brought so much joy to their naughty life when she had long been without it since her own husband left. They were sisters in arms in a sense, so seeing Izuku please her this way made her heart swell. Oh yeah. Hit me, Izuku. Grab my beam and rail that thing home. Mitsuki cried out, and Izuku, breaking off from Nana's boba, reached forward with his hands, grabbing them around each of Mitsuki's perfect hips as he started bucking into her from below, hiding her with renewed frenzy. The woman let out a wailing sob of utter ecstasy as she feels him slamming away into her womanhood with renewed vigor. Mitsuki's insides churned around his manhood, intensely feeling it throb as it slammed into the back of her womb nonstop. Nana kept Izuku's head pillowed comfortably on her meaty thighs, stroking his forehead affectionately with a loving smile on her face. Inko got up from a resting spot nearby and crawled over to watch as her friend bounced herself bombastically atop their shared lover's length. Over and over again, she worked herself onto his shaft, feeling it bury itself into the deepest parts of her womanhood, making her shudder with sensitive pleasure. Her boba heaved and swayed. Her pelvis worked itself frenziedly on his waist, approaching her own with every passing second. Mitsuki closed her eyes as she continued hiding herself on Izuku's meat for the next several minutes, feeling her walls beginning to quiver around his shaft, and feeling his bulbous head pushing into a very weak spot inside of her baby maker. Once it hit, she tossed her head backward and howled to the air, boba jiggling and body quaking with intense pleasure. Izuku clenched his teeth when he felt the contractions of her insides bringing him to. These days he had to be careful not to overwork himself. Even with the benefit of OFA and his mysterious second quirk, Izuku's manhood was still sensitive from the classroom a couple of days ago. "Agna, Mitsuki-chan, I'm Ming," he announced, and plunged his pelvis upwards into the woman's nether region, feeling his shaft quiver as it sent thick gouts of spur directly into the woman's inner space. His pulsate and throbbed like a pair of organs, filling Mitsuki's womb in almost no time flat. "Wow, Izukuin," she cried out with a hard blush on her face as she undulated along Izuku's body, feeling her naughty gushing and squeezing his length tightly for as long as a full minute tops. Throb, throb, throb. Once he was done, Izuku felt like he still had some steam left downstairs when Mitsuki pulled herself off of him with a messy splotch of moistness gushing out of her wetness. She looked back at him to see that he was still hard and flashed a knowing nod towards both Nana and Inko, signaling a certain suggestion. "Oh, looks like he's still got some pressure left. I understand you're still sore from that romp in classroom 1A, Izuku. So why don't you finish off by unloading on each of our faces? It might moisturize us better than skin lotions could," Nana suggested as she and the other two got up and knelt at Izuku's feet, waiting for him to get up and finish himself off in front of them. "MNGHH, all right, get ready, Nana-chan, everyone." He groaned and got up, putting one hand around his OFA-powered manhood, feeling it remained sore from earlier. Durability and stamina aside, Izuku did have naughty with nearly 20 girls and one teacher that day. Needless to say, he needed a longer break from using his manhood. The pulse of absolute devotion came again, making his face light up with a bit of enthusiasm and confidence as all three women knelt readily with hands held out eager to receive his seed. Izuku grinned as he pumped his right hand around his length, squeezing and ing it so that he could dispel one last load for all of his women. His hand became speedy to the point of blurring as his length throbbed readily for a solid few seconds until it exploded. With one loud growl of relief and pleasure, Izuku felt his manhood erupt in a final Asian, unleashing thick amounts of seed all over the women's faces. They all sighed happily with bright smiles and mouths agape. Spritzes of thick painted their cheeks, tongues, faces, and hair, giving them an artistic design of white cream splattering all over their features. Rope after rope of spur came gushing out onto them for what felt like a few seconds. Once Izuku was done, he felt his member finally become flaccid, leaving him to utter a sigh of relief before falling back onto his bed comfortably. The women took the amounts of spur pooled in the palms of their hands and started drinking up their shares, then took turns licking each other's faces clean until it turned into a lesbian three-way of tongues meshing into each other. And then GHHH. Don't do that in front of me so soon. I can barely take it right now. Izuku argued mentally while the AD quirk inside of him argued back in protest by throbbing even louder. It was unhappy in his decision not to pursue the action even more, but alas, Izuku's genitals needed a break. At least for right now anyway. The women were done cleaning up and got up on the bed looking clean and slightly messy, with all their faces smiling happily at Izuku. From his mother, to Mitsuki, to Nana Shimura herself. All of them gently placed their hands around his face, affectionately stroking his cheeks as they came down to lay with him in bed. "Congratulations, Izuku," they said in unison, making his heart swell as he grabbed his hands around their bodies, pulling them onto him. "Thank you, everyone. This was a nice graduation gift. I'll do my best at you, eh? You'll see," he said and squeezed each of Inko's and Mitsuki's bums fondly, making them squeak in surprise then giggle as they rested their heads down upon his shoulders, with Nana cuddling her head along his chest, putting his head into her bobas with her hands. "I know you will, Izuku-kun, and we'll be watching you every step of the way. Make us proud, and don't forget to give us ladies seconds whenever we ask," Nana said soothingly, making him nod in agreement as they drifted into sleep. He was thankful it was the weekend, otherwise, he'd never want to get out of bed. MNNGGHH. Yang Wen. Izuku Midoriya grumbled as he awoke in a groggy manner from his slumber. The broccoli-haired lad stirred awake with eyes peering over to his side, seeing that it was nearly 7 o'clock, making them bolt wide awake for now alarm was triggered foremost in his mind. "Oh crap, I'm going to be late." He bolted upright with a panicked look on his face and quickly stretched his arms over his muscular chest feeling like a feline and letting out another loud yawn before getting up out of his bed. "Mom? Izuku-kun, darling? What's the hurry?" A woman's voice stirred next to him, making him turn his face to see his mother, Inko, lying in bed bare, underneath his All Might-themed blankets, with a sleepy smile on her face. Seeing that grin on this lovely, attractive mother of a woman always sparked Izuku's heart. Among other things, no matter how many times he had seen it. "I'm running late, Kasan. I gotta hurry up and get going before I miss the next subway car to Yui." Izuku excused, feeling giddy as well as nervous, since it had been only a day or two since his classroom romp followed by the three-way he had between his mother, Mitsuki, and his loving girlfriend Nana. Inko sat up from her bed, letting the sheets spill off of her bare upper body, showing off her pendulous bobas and making them jiggle slightly as she focused her loving stare on her son. "Are you sure you need to leave in such a hurry? I wouldn't mind making you some breakfast before you go," she asked eagerly, stroking one of her hands along her son's broad shoulders from behind as he pulled his pants up over his body. Every time she asks, things escalate into me taking her into the kitchen counter. I can't help it no matter how much control I have over this bizarre quirk of mine. I still fall prey to it every time Mom or Nana-chan look extra beautiful. Izuku thought the temptation make his dark quirk quell with desire for his beautiful mother. Seeing Inko's thick round bobas and bare body draped through his sheets certainly did that to it, but a more reasonable part of Izuku's mind rationed that he needed to make a good lasting impression on his class, especially since Nana told him she would be working there herself as an instructor from time to time. "Gomen, Ka-san, but I really need to be going. I have no time for breakfast." Izuku rescued, and instead of seeing a deflated look on his mother's face, Inko simply grabbed her son by the chin and pulled him on her lips once again, swallowing his own into a loving and passionate lip lock of pure love. "MMHHM." She let on his bottom lip some more, rolling her tongue into his mouth eloquently for a moment before eventually pulling herself back, leaving Izuku standing there in a daze. His quirk absolute devotion throbbed even more as a result. "There, take my goodbye treat for yourself before you're late to class. Hurry along, Izuku-kun, you don't want to be late." Inko giggled, making her son snap out of his trance and scramble to collect his belongings such as school bag, UA uniform, and typical school equipment with him before making a mad dash for the door. He took one last look at Inko waving at him pleasantly from the inside of their house, flashing him a peek of her bare body after opening up her sleeping robe. "G-G-G-Ch. Ka-san, you're making riding the subway more difficult if you keep doing that," Izuku said while flustered, Inko was amused, and Izuku, struggling to push down his ever-growing for the female body, rushed out of his house on his way back to Yui Academy. Eventually, he arrived and had successfully contained his standing manhood ion, preventing him from interfere in a monocle-wearing girl riding the same girl as he was. She was indeed eye-catching to say the very least, and quite the beauty. Izuku assumed she was around his age on top of it, making him wonder if she was going to UA as well until he got off at his stop. Walking a few paces and crossing a few blocks, he hastily arrived at the front gates of UA Academy, ready to begin the day and secretly hoped that the girls in his classroom wouldn't come on to him as much, preventing the progress of his academics. Not that he minded too much ever since getting to know them on orientation day. All right, I'm here, huff, 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 finally. I hope I'm not too late, he said to himself, and was about to open the door until he heard a feminine voice call out to him, clearing her throat and making him turn his head in their direction. He saw Midnight, his homeroom teacher, standing there with her arms crossed, looking as though she was barely restraining herself from lunging at the boy and hauling him over to her apartment. She had a certain frown on her face as she stood there fixing a stern frown on him, making him think that he indeed got in trouble. You are late, Izuku, she mused, making him chuckle nervously and hang his head. I'm sorry, I overslept before I realized that I had missed the last train over to his area and had to wait for a new one. So I kind of had to rush over here, without using my powers too. He admitted, a part of him knew he could get here in no time at all, but since he was an unlicensed student still, Izuku didn't want to take the chance. That's quite all right, Izuku, but you do need to be more proper and punctual when arriving for class. I can't pull any strings for you or get you special treatment, you know. Namiri admitted with a sultry purr in her voice as she walked up to the boy with swaying hips left to right, making her bumox jiggle from behind her outfit's codpiece. She had decided to wear a tighter size today, just for the sole sake of naughty ing him and having him to herself. Her hands came up along his shoulders, gently stroking his face in a more adult manner, making Izuku look up into her hunger-ridden eyes while she licked her lips. Oh, it's gonna happen again, isn't it? Izuku assumed, but, to his surprise, Namiri restrained herself and simply pointed in the direction of the hallway down towards the support lab. You have only missed homeroom welcome. We discussed that we'll be choosing class reps later today after our first official training exercise in Field F. But for right now, you're needed to go tell the lab group your designs for your costume. Midoriya. So far, you're the only one who hasn't yet, she instructed, leaving Izuku a bit bewildered till he nodded in slow understanding and felt pumped up. Finally, I get to design my costume, just like Ka-san designed for me. She gave me the basic outfit, which is a green tunic. All I need are the support class adjustments to make it into a reality. It's still kind of a work in progress and looking more stylish for hero work, but Ka-san designed it with love and in full support. Izuku thought to himself, looking determined and fired, coincidentally exciting Midnight even more as she shuddered quietly to herself with hands rubbing up against her arms. Yeah, and Midoriya, you better get down there quick and see Power Loader. He and his assistant will help you complete your costume. When that is finished, hurry onto the training field with the rest of your class, okay? Midnight instructed, feeling at odds with herself since she wanted to have Izuku right here and now, but contained herself and her needs for the time being anyway. Hi, Midnight Sensei, Izuku addressed with a proper salute before jogging down the hallway heading to the support lab. Namiri watched his bum from behind the entire way, clutching her mound through her costume, stroking herself with her fingers as she watched him run away. And in GHH, it's not fair. A woman my age can only have such an active libido around someone so young and ripe with manly muscle. Ugh, I can barely keep it in. I may need to find a restroom quickly and relieve myself. Oh, Midoriya-kun, I want you so very badly right now. Maybe you're the answer single women like me, the womanhood cats, Ryukyu-san, and many other pro-hero women have been looking for. Midnight thought to herself before opening the door to her classroom and telling them she'll be right back. Arriving at the double doorway of the engineering lab, Izuku pulled open the doors, revealing a large, spacious room filled with machinery and support gear items such as armor, engines, and other things that wowed him instantly. He stepped in, putting his bag down by the side as he saw just one person a few feet away, tinkering with something on the ground and humming to herself in peaceful solitude. Huh, is that? No, that isn't Power Loader. I know what he looks like. That must be another student like me. He figured as he got closer, noticing that it was a girl wearing her uniform blazer around her waist, wearing a goggle-mounted helmet over her head with pink curly hair sticking out from underneath. She had mesmerizing yellow eyes with crosshair pupils inside each of them. Clearly, she was fixated on what she was working on and noticed Izuku's presence once he got in close enough. Are you here to be my next guinea pig? Did Power Loader send you to try out my prototype Titan Buster armor I've been working on? I've been looking for volunteers, but everyone keeps sneaking away once they see black smoke coming out of each one of my inventions. The girl greeted in an enthusiastic voice and wiped some oil smudge off of her face when greeting Izuku. She got up from her spot and dusted off of her uniform skirt before going over to him, feeling suddenly drawn to the boy despite that her number one infatuation was with machinery. She did love to create and perfect her, so called babies after all. Sorry for the intrusion. I came here to see Power Loader at Midnight Senpai's request. I've been meaning to upgrade my costume base into a perfected outfit, Izuku explained, and suddenly saw a light sparkle in the girl's eyes, making him suddenly wary of her as she appeared right next to him a millisecond later, looking intrigued as though he was made out of solid gold. Sounds so close. Oh, do you need my help with consumer designing? I'll be delighted to work on it for you in Power Loader's place. He's currently out buying some supplies at the moment. Allow me to take a look at it. Oh, my name is Harem, May by the way. Pleased to meet you. She beamed excitedly in, shook Izuku's hands with both of her own, making him feel the throbbing surge of that other quirk begin to swell up yet again. GGHK. Not now. I need that costume ready. Izuku commanded that so-called special quirk to calm itself down, and succeeded in doing so since gaining a new form of breathing control over it since that last classroom romp he had earlier. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you. I have my outfit right here in my backpack. Let me show it to you then. He quickly excused himself and rushed over to the side, grabbing his bag and pulling out the green tunic his mother made for him out of wonder and pride for his achievement in getting into UA. Harem held her chin in one of her gloved hands and watched Izuku lay it along the surface of a nearby lab table before going over to survey it herself. Little did she know, or even care, that he was watching her legs sway left to right underneath her skirt, making him glue his eyes to her exposed thighs, as well as her bum once she leaned over the table to take a close look at it. And then GHH. Damn it, Izuku, control it. You're not here for this, nor do you have any time for it either. Everyone's waiting for you back at the training area, especially Midnight Sensei. He thought to himself, picturing the sight of Midnight propped up over the teacher's desk, wearing only her belt and high heel boots, and nothing more. She was stark bare D and cupped each of her bobas into her hands, rolling them around in circles until she brought one of her S right to her lips in order to on. Izuku now panicked as he realized he had just started fantasizing about his teacher without so much as a provocation. He looked down to see his standing manhood ion pushing out from between his legs and aiming for the valley of Harem's thighs since he was so close to her already. He wanted to hold down his standing manhood ion and keep it from going crazy, triggering another fit of animal-like in his body thanks to that special quirk of his. Control it, he said inside his mind, while Harem took to overlooking the piece of fabric and pulled it up into the air, admiring its texture and thinking over what enhancements she could make to it. I'm actually really surprised. Despite being only made out of average sports cloth, the person who tailored this really understood the need for material and flexibility. With my help, this will be a great costume indeed. Midoriya? Do I feel something harder than steel poking me from behind? Harem asked Riley with a confused smile on her face as she stiffened up. MMHP, I know you don't. Izuku weakly defended, feeling at odds with himself since his rationale was currently at war with his newly awakened hormones, making his member throb even harder from within the teenage girl's thighs. They just feel so smooth. Is that the bum end of a very large screwdriver poking between me? No, that wouldn't make sense since he'd have to stab himself in order to make it possible. Yes? Hatsum shakily turned her face to the side, feeling the color red creep up from within her cheeks. Her yellow eyes zoomed in on Izuku's face, feeling her heart skip a beat or two since he was physically close to her like this. Then those eyes peered downward at the sight of something rather larger poking through his uniform trousers and into the space of her thighs. Ironically, Hatsum didn't understand what this was exactly and simply saw an opportunity to take his measurements for his costume, currently putting what she saw out of her mind. Let me take a measurement of your frame. Midoriya-kun, I just now noticed that the size of this uniform won't cut it with your current build. Tell me, though, what kind of quirk do you have? Does it utilize your body in some way? She asked, feeling further and further drawn in my Izuku's manly scent as well as his impressive features. The glow of absolute devotion continued burning brightly, ensnaring a new female hero into its midst. Regardless of its own actions in feeding Izuku thrills, women found themselves drawn to the boy regardless thanks to his impressive features and his youthful kick-puppy innocence. That's your thing. Thank you, Hatsum-san. Also, my quirk is a power-up type. It builds energy into my muscles, giving me amazing strength and speed, but it comes with a bit of risk in doing so. I can't yet use it at 100%, but even so, I have enough control of it to make it work without causing my body harm. I want my costume to be undamaged when I do use it, though. He blurted out and hoped he could keep himself in control of his urges for just a little while longer. Make no mistake, Izuku wanted to have himself a piece of Hatsum pie right after feeling turned on by his mother earlier in bed, not to mention seeing just how thirsty Midnight appeared to be when confronting him. It was hit and miss at times with this quirk of his, making it a challenge to control, whereas taming OFA proved to be relatively easier. He was caught in a daze until he felt a pair of hands patting down his body through his clothing, making him shape out of it, and saw Hatsum placing her hands here, and they're all over his anatomy. Not really feeling him up per se, but more like checking out his size and build for the costume. Oh, you're pretty well filled out for someone my age. Hey. You'll make a great hero. I'm sure of it if this body is anything to go by. She whimsically said while running her gloved hands along his shoulders, then trailing them down his biceps, making Izuku shudder in his wake. Hatsum found herself drawn even further into the boy in question, mentally hoping that Power Loader wouldn't come back for some time longer. Without realizing it, her hands patted their way down his waist next, arriving at his hips and noting that he was indeed firm underneath that school uniform. A blush crept up on her face and another nervous giggle escaped her lips. She had never been so intrigued by anything else other than machinery in her whole life thus far. She was behind Izuku at the moment, looking up at him from behind his neck with a vexed gaze in her bizarre crosshair-filled eyes. Suddenly Hatsum crept down on both knees now, sliding her hands down his waist until she reached his legs and patted them both entirely before bringing her hands back up to his to where the tent was seen still in place. It looks like you have something there. Mind if I take a look, Midoriya-san? She asked coyly, feeling the blood rush to her body, making her feel both hot and bothered underneath her clothing. Izuku, feeling compelled to obey his now that it had grown from a spark into a bonfire, nodded his consent and raised his hands up, allowing the girl to have unrestricted freedom to his waist. Go ahead, Hatsum-san, he said quietly, and saw the girl run her tongue along her lips, bring her hands over to his where they felt up the massive protrusion that was his standing manhadion. Her right hand came up first, running her gloved fingers along the head of his bulge, feeling it up while making Izuku whimper in ever-growing delight. That's so firm and thick, I think it might be harder than a diamond now that I think about it. Is this part of his quirk, perhaps? Is his body some special kind of durability I can exploit to further my own baby's development? She considered, weighing in on her options while at the same time feeling undeniably attracted to Izuku. Feeling the heart of her mind and soul yearn for the boy's body thanks to AD, Hashtra made up her mind and ran her hand around his groin again, this time bringing them up to his belt to undo it in its entirety. Hatsum-san, Izuku questioned, not feeling the will to resist as he felt his pants become undone, leaving them to drop around his ankles with only his light blue boxers left in place. Hatsum pulled back both of her hands and yanked off her gloves entirely, exposing her bare skin as she then grabbed the hem of his briefs, pulling them down so that his massive foot-long, standing manhood ion sprung out of its confines, making her hair straighten out with excitement. Oh wee wee, that's so big. It must be larger than my prototype breaker vibrator set. She gushed with fangirl levels of excitement, making Izuku sweat drop with embarrassment. That's what she's excited about. He wondered until he felt the soft groove of both of her hands wrapping around his length from behind with fingers coiling tightly around his length. HNGGGHHH. Oh, Hatsum-san. Izuku groaned out, feeling the soft digits of her fingers stroke his manhood like so. Hatsum was now blushing up a storm as she took to massaging his massive length, both taking measurements as well as enjoying herself since she was now taken in by Izuku's charm. Don't you ruin it for me. Izuku, I'm going to start begging you to come here more often so I can take some more body measurements. Hey. She giggled playfully and felt his length stiffen up even more between her hands. She was barely able to get her fingers around such a thick trunk of a manhood, making her insides yearn with naughty UAL excitement as she started giving Izuku a from behind. MNNGGHHHH. He whimpered and sobbed pleasantly, feeling the mechanical Wonder Girl fondle his manhood like it was a sacred object of worship. Hatsum stoked and pumped his length tirelessly with a smile on her face. She saw that his S were stiffing up, making them look like low-hanging pears ready to explode. She was feeling the urges of the female body call to her, overriding her sense of rationale and thinking, and making her into another member of Izuku's ever-growing harem of women. Turn around, Midoriya Koen. Please. She pleaded with a manic smile on her face. Izuku obeyed and flipped himself around facing her with his length barely brushing up her face. Hatsum had stars in her eyes as she grabbed the base of his manhood and lowered it onto her mouth, allowing her to engulf the head into her lips and start swallowing some of it into her face. Sklee you up, MNGGHH. She cried out with excitement, barely able to fit her mouth around the bulbous head of his meat as she started forcing herself down even further, taking Izuku halfway to the back of her slender throat. Quiet slurping noises started coming out. A lot of Hatsum's saliva escaped her lips as she lubricated his monster of a manhood while running her tongue around its surface. Izuku grabbed the side of her head on reflex, grabbing onto the latches of her bizarre helmet as he felt the girl bobbing her head back and forth into his lap. Hatsum was throating him so hard, so frenziedly that he was forced to lean back into the lab table with her face burying itself to the hilt between his legs. She struggled to keep that monstrous manhood inside of her throat without gagging and peered up into Izuku's distressed face, sobbing constantly at her actions, giving her an injection of pride in her first try at ING. Honestly, for Hatsum, who had never paid any attention to naughty duality whatsoever, felt this was a hallmark achievement for her right this second. She kept her hands glued to the base of Izuku's length, keeping herself steady as she her entire face in his lap, swallowing his manhood all over again while struggling to keep from gagging. Loud slurping noises followed as she continued to off Izuku's member with frenzied gusto for the next few minutes. No longer was the suit on her mind, nor of anything else involving inventions. She just wanted to feel him melt underneath her hands as she tasted every last inch of his member down her esophagus. Schlup sklup, that shups chups chup. MMHHH. Midoriya Koen she sobbed with thick, throbbing phallus wedged tightly between the folds of her throat. Hatsum closed her eyes tightly as she worked him for a bit longer, feeling his shaft swelling like it was ready to discharge its load down the hollow of her mouth. Sensing this, she slowly drew back her head from his length, leaving the knob of his member nestle between her slimy lips before hit herself back into his groin. Agag! Izuku yelled out, clutching the back of her head as he felt his manhood swell up like a and pump a vicious downpour of spur into the girl's slender throat. Hatsume's eyes shot wide open in surprise as she tempted herself into gulping down every last drop of his seed that came her way. Gulp, 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 gulp. One loud gulp after another sounded out as Izuku came for a good hard minute until he was finished. He then felt the girl slowly pull herself off of his waist, leaving a slick saliva-coated member in her wake. With a quiet pop of saliva, she took her lips off of his manhood and smiled up at him with an open mouth full of his spur. Her tongue swished around it readily, like a blender mixing a batch of cookie batter. HHMMHH.MMMM. Gulp ah. From what I read, this essence here is super nutritious. I would like to take more personal measurements of your body. Midoriya-kun. Care to take some mine? She asked coyly, still the manic gearhead she always is, but this time naughty Yuli awakened to an insane degree. Hatsume stood up and threw off her helmet to the side. She unbuttoned her uniform t-shirt, revealing her ample C-cup size bobas to Izuku after pulling apart her clothing one article at a time. In no time at all, she was deprived of everything except her knee-high socks, uniform shoes, and pinstripe panties. Izuku winces with newly awakened desire all over again, feeling the raw power of OFA combined with absolute devotion's effects, making his members swell up and become hard as a steel pole while crackling with energy. That last part amazed Hatsume even more once she saw it, immediately becoming inspired to do a Breaker Manhood Mark Ultra in the near future. She hastily pulled down her panties and laid herself along with the table behind her, clearing off some of the clutter as she rested on her side with her left leg held high in the air. Her right hand came down between her creamy legs, spreading open her womanhood in an invitation for Izuku to push it inside of her. This is crazy. I barely know Midoriya-kun, but it feels as though meeting him made me want to be broken by that magnificent power pole of his. I can't help it. Or maybe I don't want to help it. If doing this means I'll progress even further in my research, then so be it. Besides that, he's really handsome and cute. He really is the first ever boy to make me feel like a woman after a lifelong obsession with machines. It's certainly he's machine like himself with that body of his. Hit me, Izuku Midoriya. She screamed out in her head, which was seen as a rather manic expression from outside by Izuku. Hatsume then noticed him staring at her with a fixated gaze as he approached her body with manhood held in hand, ready to push into her as she wanted. Hatsume spread out her other leg once she felt his groin pushing up into her buttocks, making her bum rise up off the surface and allowing her right leg to hook around his waist like so. It was here that she decided to scream out her thoughts for once. Break me into pieces, Midoriya-kun. I want to see what you're really made out of. Don't worry about ruining my legs. If I end up in a wheelchair, I can certainly craft up a pair of bionic legs to better withstand your pounding in the future. She gushed out, once more making Izuku sweat drop at her craziness. No need to worry about that. Hatsume-chan, I won't do that much to you. I'll just make sure to give you a good time. He answered, inserting himself into the girl's folds mid-sentence and making her quiver with euphoric elation. Hatsume's face screwed up into one pure bliss, giving her a borderline Ahigo expression Izuku's only seen in manga as of late. The girl shuddered explicitly and leaned back with head tossing back, making her bouncy pink hair sway side to side, with chest heaving noticeably in front of him. Izuku whimpered in delight at seeing her luscious bobas jiggle. She was almost as stacked as Midnight Sensei or Momo and Kendo of his class. Seeing those melons jiggle made the beast inside his loins growl with stimulated. Thus, he began pushing himself to the brink inside the girl, noticing that her tight space was indeed lacking a hymen. He looked to her for an answer. I took to experimenting on myself when crafting the Breaker Mark I, but I don't think I need it anymore. All models of that toy are now completely obsolete. Ooh, peep-pow me already, Izuku, she cried out and felt her insides tighten around his length, making him begin bucking in her pelvis in a rhythmic repetition of hard-hit S. Wag! Oh, Midoriya, she cried out again, with a wide-open smile on her face as she held onto his broad shoulders for support. Hatsume soon began bouncing up and down onto Izuku's waist, feeling his massive manhood hollow out her sensitive insides, repeatedly pushing into her teenage womanhood without mercy. His S were slapping gently into Hatsum's nether region, making her flop about along the table till both of her legs pointed straight up. The girl was feeling amazing power inside the tree trunk that was Izuku's manhood, now cleaving its way into her womanhood like so. He huffed and kept pounding her creamy body from above, making her feel like she was ready to turn into putty at a moment's notice. The lab table shook constantly to their ruckus. Her bobas swayed about while Hatsum herself let out a constant barrage of loud, ragged breaths coming out as willing sobs. Her pink curly hair jiggled along with her while her skin became sweaty. The girl was feeling a miasma of naughty UAL euphoria surge throughout her body thanks to Izuku and his amazing naughty UAL prowess. MMG HNG 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 GHHH. Ugh. H. Hatsum-chan. He growled in ecstasy after surrendering himself to the allure of bliss in regard to this girl's surprise fondling of his body. She may have brought it up herself, but Izuku knew all it took was a little flirtation and brazenness in feeling up his anatomy to trigger another fit from the secondary quirk he had inside of himself. It burned brightly, making Hatsum fall in love with the first ever boy of her dreams. Fantasies of wanting to measure him repeatedly and make him take her over the table flooded her mind along with constant waves of euphoria. Her delicate, sweaty frame jiggled voraciously with her legs dangling in the air. Izuku kept his hands firmly around her waist while he sundered his manhood directly into the girl's womanhood, knocking on the door to her womb like so. A few more later, and Izuku pressed the bumen that was Hatsum's G-spot, making her thrash about wildly in icy euphoria. Her womanhood squeezed tightly around his length, and to no avail, while she gushed nectar all over his feeling like he had conquered her without even trying. She shuddered some more and rode out her intense pleasure constantly for the next couple of minutes until she calmed down. Her chest was left heaving and her face riddled with desire amidst the messy locks of her pink hair. Hatsum now had little hearts in her eyes, within the crosshairs of her pupils, and she lunged herself up off the table to wrap her hands around Izuku's neck, pulling him onto her lips for a fierce kiss. MHHMNHHGG. Mawawa. More. I need more data. Midoriya-kun. She gushed out magically with a crazed look on her eyes that both frightened Izuku as well as excited him. She pulled her lips off of his mouth entirely with tongue spilling out of her own, fixing him with a sultry gaze that said, "Impregnate me already." But Izuku wasn't going to do that even when Hill inside of her. Okay. He gasped loudly and grabbed the cheeks of her, making her squeal internally as he kept her mounted fully on top of his manhood. Izuku could feel the head of his manhood pushing into her womanhood from inside as he adjusted Hatsum to remain secure in this stand and carry position. I'm going to have to give her one of the packets Nana-chan gave me so that she doesn't get pregnant. He mused and grinned with a confident smile, making her heart skip many more beats. Here I go, he announced, and started pounding himself into Hatsum's frame from below, using his enhanced strength and durability, making her squeal like a puppy as she felt his manhood hammering away into her womanhood like a man possessed by naughty. Loud raucous slaps of flesh sounded off in the air as Hatsum rode Izuku passionately while he hyped her like a monster. She leaned back from his chest, leaving her hands around his neck so that her bobas jiggled constantly while her face contorted into one of utter bliss while sobbing. Agag, hugger. She gasped loudly while feeling his pelvis slam into her bottom nonstop. Her bum cheeks jiggled. Her insides squirmed around his length, making it suffocate underneath her slick, slimy folds as she felt him penetrate her womanhood. Izuku's manhood had managed to punch through her womanhood, causing a mixture of pain and pleasure as he continued railing her while standing up, making her body bounce and writhe along his waist as they continued to have hardcore naughty for another 15 minutes. During that time, Hatsum succumbed to after while Izuku simply held out with a grimace on his face. He struggled to keep himself from blowing out her insides with spur, simply out of pride and for how amazing this sweaty grease monkey girl felt on his manhood. He voraciously pumped his pelvis upwards like a jackhammer into her, making her one last time, coincidentally being that brought him to the edge as well. Izuku rutted into Hatsume's mouth like an animal until she came hard with legs wrapping around his waist and her screaming out his name loud enough to reach the hallways behind the engineering lab. Ahagik! She cried out in ecstasy with eyes wide open, mouth hanging agape, and body shivering with intense pleasure as she felt her womanhood tug furiously on Izuku's manhood, bringing him to intense pleasure himself. He grunted and shoved it in as far as it could go, making a bulge protruding from her belly. Izuku let out a loud growl and felt his spur come surging out into the depths of Hatsume's womb, filling it up like a uin while she writhed uncontrollably along his waist, grinding her taut beam against his thighs as they came together for a solid minute before expiring. Oh yeah, that was huff huff huff, an excellent acquisition of data for my next baby. She cackled deliriously as she felt thick amounts of pearly sludge drip out of her. Izuku gently let her down onto the table, allowing her to rest on top of it while spur continued to ooze out of her gaping womanhood. He felt an invisible connection to Hatsume now, meaning that she was now a part of the ever-growing family he unknowingly created the day he took Nana Shimura. Yeah, huff huff huff, I hope you gathered enough data for your measurement, as Hatsume-san. I really need that outfit, you know? Izuku panted, and the girl bristled up with an enthusiastic smile while nodding. Oh that, I already had everything I needed to modify your costume the moment I looked at it. Feeling you up and leading to this was just extra icing on the cake. Hey. She giggled notoriously with a mischievous smile on her face, once again making Izuku's sweat drop until he broke out in friendly laughter with her. They ended their romp on a positive note, with her giving him her number as well as a schedule of hours in which she was in the lab. Power Loader eventually came back, hauling large cargo containers filled with various parts and supplies needed to continue support gear research. He opened the doors to find Hatsume once again tinkering with a random mechanical object nearby, humming brightly to herself as a blush remained on her face. I'm back. Did ya miss me, Hatsume? He asked, unknowing full, well she never answers seriously when she's in her own little world. Yeah, I figured you'd be like that still, but what sniff is that smell? Why does it smell so funky in here? Power Loader asked, and Hatsume simply blushed a brighter red, before giggling mischievously to herself. Coming fresh out of the support lab and wearing his new costume, Izuku Midoriya was on his way back to the training field with a happy smile on his face. He was about to leave the engineering wing and head to where his classmates were waiting at Training Field F, partially refreshed after his impromptu romp with the spunky inventor Mei Hatsume. Izuku's outfit was, at its base, a green jumpsuit designed for mobility and comfort made by his mother Inko earlier as part of the celebration for getting in. She based it off of his drawing he had done when he was a kid after wanting to become an aspiring hero like the legendary All Might of the past. Izuku had the support group, or rather simply made by herself, improve upon its design with added features and quirk gear to better facilitate his powers. The base may have been cloth, but with the added component of a face guard to cover his mouth, he'd be able to breeze through the air in any during high jumps without any problem at all. Mei's own additions were designed to specification based on the specs the boy provided her. He had shin guards around his ankles and legs with iron lock bracers over his feet for increased kicking power. On his hands were lightweight gauntlets made for long-range attacks, using flicks of his fingers with OFA-powered blasts of air pressure. Izuku still didn't have full control of his abilities just yet. In fact, at times it felt like he was gambling with a lot of explosive power that could destroy scenery or hurt people if he wasn't careful. Still, there's the factor of that other quirk inside of Izuku's body making every woman he meets practically go into heat around him should he do it. He tried his best not to at all times, despite already housing a relationship with his mother, Nana Shimura, Mitsuki Bikugu, and the entirety of his class, including his teacher. Not to mention there were a few others like Mount Lady and Yushimamura, the reporter he had naughty with while inside of her news van. Gradually, Izuku started accepting this dark quirk with growing confidence in when to activate it, and when to enjoy it whenever a woman or a girl roused his naughty UAL interest. It was a side effect of the quirk, absolute devotion, that made Izuku hunger for naughty UAL activity with women of any kind, but he was indeed doing his best to suppress it lest it runs out of control, which is why he had an easy access zipper down the region of his outfit to make for quick romps in case that hanky-panky was unavoidable, either between himself or his girlfriends now that he familiarized himself with all of them during class orientation. Overall, Izuku was happy with what he had and made his way down to the training area after leaving the hallway entirely, but not before passing by a rather refined-looking girl wearing a monocle over one of her eyes. HM? Never saw her before. I wonder if she's from Class B or one of the other classes. Izuku wondered when crossing paths with the white-haired beauty. He stayed off his hunger, even after noticing how lovingly elegant she appeared to be in her prim, proper uniform made completely out of white. It honestly looked kind of like a sailor outfit with a beret on top, possibly to her personal preference. She had a smug look on her face that said, "I'm smarter than you," and always will be written on her lips at all times. But there was no denying her appearance and her refined beauty. What with her long, periwinkle-colored, long hair swaying behind her shoulders every time she walked. On top of her dazzling blue eyes and coy grin, she had a rather modest yet mature womanly figure reminding Izuku of either Momo or Ochako. He tried not thinking about it any longer, lest he suddenly charm the girl into offering her body right there in the hallway. May's unexpected ing is what led to him hiding her over the lab table. Now she was on his list of girlfriends along with nearly 24 others. He had enough spontaneous romps for one day, so far, but Izuku knew just thinking that felt like he was setting a red flag at this point. No doubt that something would happen again very soon. He's gotten used to expecting it by now. Focus on meeting back with my class. Just focus on that, Midoriya, he thought as he hurriedly left the main building, leaving the new girl to stand there looking back at him after he left with an inquisitive look on her face. Is he that boy I've been hearing about from Midnight Sensei? I recall she couldn't stop gushing over a certain Midoriya-kun after I arrived late this morning to meet her. I wonder what makes him so special. He is also the only boy in our class, apparently. Very interesting, she said to herself in thought. Training Field F. Rushing out to the demonstration observation room overlooking all the different training zones, Izuku saw his teacher, Midnight, waiting with arms crossed and a foot tapping impatiently on the floor. Ah, there you are, Midoriya-kun. What took you so long to get back? You've missed nearly all the other demo exams of villain versus hero bomb threat scenarios. Midnight chided gently, looking at a sheepish Izuku wearing a thick blush on his face. It was obvious what happened, but she wasn't going to pry as to who he did the deed with. Forgive me, sensei. I got distracted. So, who am I partnered with? Izuku asked and saw her pointing in the direction to his right, showing the bubbly gravity girl named Ochako, Uraraka, waving to Izuku excitedly with a smile. Oi, Midoriya-kun, over here. She beamed happily to him, making the boy's heart lurch in his chest. He certainly felt this way quite often when it came to the girls he was with, but none more so than Nana and his mother Inko. He had a feeling about that girl, one that reminded him of how fun and friendly his mother is. Yep, you guessed it. Your partner for this exercise is Uraraka. Your opponent, however, is Yaoyorozu and Jiru. Get to the training field, Midoriya-kun. Today's exercise is about taking home base by capturing the bomb. Heroes are supposed to neutralize the threat while the villains take hold of it. Stealth is a key factor here, so be patient and careful, okay? Midnight instructed, and Izuku, feeling thankful that his other quirk was momentarily satisfied and not at all interfering with people around him, rushed off to the training field to meet with his partner. Now then, where's that transfer student Psycho Intelli? Don't tell she's taking her sweet time getting here. Midnight groaned while gnashing her legs in growing frustration. She watched Izuku's bump throw his outfit, admiring his toned physique as he made his way over to the training area. Passionate you thug. It gets me fired up for sure, but that sometimes I just need for a whole day. Oh, maybe I can get Midoriya-kun to stay behind today to make up for being late. The bell sounded off, and the exercise to take the large doomsday bomb from Momo and Jiraiya's team was underway. Izuku rushed out with Ochako into the urban setting of the training field. He put up his face guard and went over the plans to catch them by surprise so that the heroes wouldn't risk setting it off, ending at the exercise entirely. You look really great in your new outfit, Midoriya-kun. Hee. Ochako beamed brightly when flashing him a cute smile. Together, they made their way into the area closest to the building where the other two were at. Thanks, Uraraka-chan. Heh, I like it a lot too. So how should we do this without giving away the advantage? Izuku said the last part to himself, then heard Ochako point upward at an open windowsill leading into the building, hopefully on the very same floor the villains were at. Midoriya-kun, look up there, she pointed out, causing him to stare upward at the opening, and Izuku grinned wide in thought as he hatched an idea that'd work well with their quirks. I've got an idea, Weem. Izuku was cut off from thought. He felt the padded fingertips of Ochako's hands gently grooving along his, noticing that he already had a bulge growing out of it quite noticeably. Uraraka-chan. Here? Now. Izuku honestly couldn't help the reaction. The feeling of her paw-print fingertips made the ministrations of her hands around his bulge feel even better. If it came to S, N, or Io, then Ochako would definitely win his silver medal. Nana would always take gold, obviously. He looked to his side to see the cheerful girl batting her eyelashes at him, cutely, in a manner befitting of an adorable high school crush. There was just so much simplicity and wholesomeness in everything Ochako did that made Izuku's heart ache for her, but he would always hold his heart for Nana above all else regardless. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, I can't help it. The moment I noticed that thing growing between your eyes, just acted out of instinct. Besides, is that growing because you're next to me, maybe? She asked with a half-lidded pair of eyes and licked across her lips with a smile, making Izuku feel nervous he was going to cave into his desires in the middle of the exercise. Well, I might have to say that this is the first time I see you in your costume. It looks very revealing and tight around your body. NNGH, Izuku answered, feeling his member wince and the glow of devotion light up once again. He struggled to tame its blaze and decided on settling for a quickie before things got out of hand, and they ruined the training exercise. Checking the timer on his watch, he knew they had about 15 minutes in total remaining. I think that's plenty enough time to take care of business. Just so long as I hurry up with securing the victory. He considered and nodded his head to Ochako, seeing her face light up with excitement as they quickly went over to the side of a building where supposedly no cameras were watching them. All right, Uraraka-chan, quickie real quick. Just HM men? He was cut off mid-sentence when the girl dropped right down to her kneecaps, placing herself directly in front of his waist and peeled upon the fly he had on his costume. Suddenly, Izuku was glad to have that particular design point installed on his outfit. Shuddering again, softly in pleasure, he felt Ochako's paw-pad fingertips reach in and pull out his stiffened foot-long length. Wow. Ooh. Midoriya-kun, don't worry, I'll be quick about it. I've been practicing a lot of cucumbers lately for just such an occasion. She explained with stars in her eyes and let her mouth drop open before pushing herself forward onto his manhood. Schlop. Oda, yeah. Izuku sobbed quietly to himself with a deep hiss, feeling the slimy confines of Ochako's warm, wet mouth swallowing up his member from the head onward. Izuku winced pleasurably and quickly checked the sides, hoping he wouldn't find any monitoring cameras or see midnight coming out to get them. He really didn't want to fail his first exercise, but he also couldn't help himself when it came to the naughtiness of Ochako's bum wrapped in the black tights of her outfit. The girl sobbed and closed her eyes, keeping her fingers curled around the base end of Izuku's manhood while she ate him. Her head started slowly rolling about, hinging backward then forward, making sure her mouth gobbled up the thick head of his manhood along with several inches inside. Shup, 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 shup. Diligently she worked his manhood, steadily bobbing her head even faster to where the slurping noises became constant. Izuku clenched his teeth tightly and dug his fingertips into the brick wall behind him, causing them to indent themselves using his super strength. Ochako sobbed languidly around his member, rolling her tongue all over the underside and hastily squeezed her lips tightly around the center of his shaft. She kept going this for several minutes in total when she started to feel Izuku's member bloating itself with spur ready to deploy to the inside of her mouth. He's coming. He's coming. Ochako internally celebrated and drew back her head, letting her lips lure the very tip of his meat for a second before plunging her face all the way down to his. Schlup. Nnjg. You Urarka-chan. Izuku sobbed loudly in pleasure and threw back his head, bucking his waist forward into the girl's smiling mouth, sending a thick blast of straight into the back of her throat. One rope of pearly seed came, then another, and another, forcing Ochako to start swallowing it all down in a hurry. She even had to tilt her head backward in order to swallow everything without spilling a drop. Gulp, 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 gulp. MHHH. Midoriya-kun, she mouthed with dribbles of seed oozing out from the corner of her lips until Izuku finally finished letting everything out for the time being. Once he was done, he quickly pulled himself out of her waiting mouth, seeing a bubble of saliva mixed in with spur pop just outside her soft lips. Ochako quickly ran her tongue around her mouth, cleaning up entirely and savoring the flavor of Izuku's spur before getting up. Ah, delicious. Hiv. What did you think, Midoriya-kun? She asked sweetly while he put his manhood back inside of his costume part, hoping it'll stay hidden this time around. I think it was perfect. We're definitely going to have a hem practice some more sometime, you know? Well, you and everybody else will be waiting for me anyway. He admitted with a bit of guilt and hoped nobody watched this scene and suddenly became jealous or naughty. HMMH. Now, let's go take care of that bomb then, partner. Ochako chirped with spirit and enthusiasm. Where Yaoyorozu Momo and Kyuka Jiru were at. You think he's going to show up anytime soon? I bet they're probably planning something, but it's been over 10 minutes already. Only 5 more to go. Jiru voiced to her partner as she kept her ears jacks hooked into the ground to detect any vibrations and sounds in the vicinity. Yes, I do think they're planning something all right. It wouldn't take them this long unless Momo trailed off, thinking about Izuku and another girl and immediately becoming hot and bothered from the implication. Her cheeks flourished a cute red blush, and she coughed to clear her breath, trying not to think of it. Unless what? Jiru asked as she looked in the direction of her partner, only to see something over her head. Momo-chan, behind you. Momo looked up immediately and saw Ochako Uraraka floating down towards her ready to engage in combat as she pressed her fingers together to deactivate her gravity quirk. I got you. She landed in front of her, attempting to deploy some hastily learned CQC, but Momo was one step ahead of her by bringing out a few flashbang grenades from the exposed parts of her body. Not so fast. She called out and activated them by pulling the pins and throwing several at Ochako, causing the girl to shield her eyes using her arms and keeping a strained eye focused on her through her helmet. From out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Jiru had quickly stifled her ears and retracted her jacks from the ground when they went off. This created the opportunity they needed to win. GG. Now Izuku, Ochako called out, and in between the blinded area that had all 3 girls compete distracted by the noise, a 4th figure swooped in from the windowsill, coming into contact with the bomb and ending the exercise almost immediately. Alarm bell sounds off. What happened? Momo asked herself as the noise from the flashbang cleared away, revealing the sight of Izuku Midoriya standing next to the bomb with a hand on it and a friendly grin on his face. It's our win. That's what happened, he answered, making both Momo and Jiru deflate a little with defeat and slump their shoulders with comically tearful looks on their faces. Ochako got up and delivered a high five to Izuku while Kyuka and Jiru walked up to him in order to shake their hands in good sportsmanship. You've earned a fine victory, Midoriya-kun and Uraraka-san. I'm impressed, and I'm certain Midnight Sensei is too, Momo said while admiring how filled out Izuku's body looked through his hero outfit, making her quiver silently, with creeping already. The same can be said for Jiru, who with Ochako's help checked out the boys' bump from behind. Thank you, Momo-chan, Izuku said back to her, struggling not to stare at her cleavage sticking out from her revealing hero outfit. It had just dawned on him that while missing the ornament this morning, he also missed out on seeing everyone in their heroic costumes instead of their school uniforms. He wondered how naughty why everyone looked if midnight was an indicator of provocative heroine costumes. Don't look down at her chest. Do not look down at her chest, oh crap. She's leaning closer to me. Momo brought herself over to Izuku's side, hugging his right arm into her own, while Jairu and Ochako each took a side for themselves with the lattering her arms around his neck from behind. Hiei, so let's head back to Midnight Sensei then? Izuku asked, no doubt wanting to indulge in a bit of action right now. But he honestly felt it wasn't the time or place since this was a training field and Midnight was waiting on them. Alright, but how about later then, Midoriya-kun? Momo asked in a sultry voice, pushing her boba through her revealing outfit up into his right arm. She watched Izuku wince painfully with his standing manhood on, now beginning to show again. Thankfully nobody else noticed it. What she said, be sure to just say the word that any time you want. Jairu purred and dabbed her tongue inside of his left earlobe, making him shudder. Ochako simply held onto his backside, using her gravity quirk to keep herself elevated as they walked out of the building. Test completed. Will do, all of you, Izuku said, grabbing a hold of both girls' making them squeak in surprise as they headed out of the area, ready to listen for their estimate from Midnight. All right, you two did splendidly against the disadvantage of having Jairu here. Anticipate your presence in the building. Really, great work. Midnight applauds along with the other female students, making Ochak and Izuku blush nervously at their praise. On that topic, we always have drones to do cleanup of the area, while everyone else takes a break and changes back into their school uniforms. Hi, all the girls said while everyone started to clear out. Of course, Izuku got plenty of eyes leering his way with sultry smiles at how much his heroic costume brought out his muscles. He leaned back, with Ochako deliberately taking a slower pace and hanging off behind the group until he grabbed hold of one of the girls' hands. MHM? Midoriya-kun? Ochako looked questioningly at him and saw a fired-up look in his eyes, one that made her insides stir ever so intensely with that usual feeling of Al. The flames inside of his body, inside of the quirk of one for all, combined with absolute devotion, burned bright once more. Izuku was pinned up and in need now after seeing everybody in their heroic outfits, like the skimpier ones like Momo's, Kami's, Mina's, and Shuko's in particular. They were all tight-fitting, curve-highlighting works of art that brought out the curviness in their shapes. Except for Hagakure's, who is, of course, invisible and thus, Bear D completely sans gloves. That thought did spike up the owl level within Izuku's body, of course. Training field now. He purred when looking passionately into Ochako's starstruck eyes. She felt giddy with excitement and eagerly nodded her head before being led back into the training area while the others went ahead. Yes, Midoriya-kun. He. She squeaked out and ran with him over to the urban area of the field with Izuku, calculating the time they had before they'd notice. I'm guessing maybe 20 or 30 minutes tops. More than enough time to make love to this bubbly girlfriend of mine. Izuku thought to himself, enjoying her infectious smile as they went back over to the area where their exam took place, activating her quirk and sending her hero outfit and accessories up into the sky a few feet above them. Ochak Uraraka got Bear D before Izuku. She kept her belt on around her Bear D waist, highlighting her naughtiness and showing off her bountiful bobas with puffy S and soft hazelnut fuzz over her womanhood. Izuku winced with Al and hastily undid the fly of his once again. It would take too much time removing all of the custom gear from his outfit, as well as the cloth jumpsuit base. But that was fine for Ochako since all she needed was him and his manhood. She held out her hands to him, wearing a warm, loving smile. Come here, Midoriya-kun. Make love to me, she offered, feeling little hearts manifest within her eyes, and saw Izuku whipping out his long, thick 12.5-inch manhood, ready for action. He was already hard from earlier after being up close with Momo's naughty Y outfit and catching a nice look at Jairu's bum through her leather pants. Walking up to Ochako, he felt her hands reach around his neck, pulling him onto her lips for a sweet embrace between lips once again. The two teenagers crushed their mouths together in a sensual, loving embrace, wrought with passion and energy. Ochako immediately melted into Izuku's lips, tasting his tongue as it wormed its way into her throat, duking it out with hers like they were eels. Mamidori-kun, she mouthed between muffled sobs again, enjoying the flavor of Izuku on her lips while he ground his manhood between the folds of her womanhood like so. He gently pushed apart her legs with his feet, then reached down to grab her right one and lift it up so that he could push himself into her noddy from below. Ochako bristled up with excitement between kisses when feeling the bulbous head pushing into her moistness, making Ochako breathe loudly as she felt his gigantic member sliding inside. Schlump, and Michechimum pop AF. Midoriya Qin. Ooh, I've missed this, it's only been a day, but I've missed this, missed you. Hihei. Ochako giggled flirtatiously as she ran her fingers through his curly dark green hair, smiling at him with a glowing blush on her cheeks. She was honestly in love with him, so much so that she'd want this moment to go on forever. Uraraka-chan, allow me to make your wait worth it, then. Izuku growled with a confident smile and drove his pelvis up into her soft frame, feeling her insides squeezing gingerly around his manhood and making the girl whimper even more with sensation. Ochako tilted her head backward and began pumping herself up and down onto the boy's waist, feeling every thick inch of his manhood burrowing into her womanhood gently in a swift tempo. She held onto his shoulders for dear life, accidentally activating her quirk and making the two of them float upward into the sky near her discarded hero clothing. I hope we don't wind up going into the stratosphere, but this is amazing. While Izuku thought to himself as he got a bird's-eye view of the scenery, they were only just barely above the building they took the test in, but being inside of a girl while this high had its thrill that he couldn't get enough of. Clutching his fingers around Ochako's buttocks, he made the girl sob again and began pumping himself into her noddy. Her leg that he held up wriggled a bit until it curled around his thighs, keeping her groin smacking against his frame in frenzied animal-like coitus. MNNG-chach. Ha-ha-ha. Izuku. Aya. Ochako sobbed loudly, keeping her head tossed back in her bear, shaking in front of his face as she ground her pubis along his like so. Together the two teenagers hyped passionately while still hovering in the air. Droplets of fluids constantly came out of Okako's womanhood to land directly down onto the pavement from above. Her feet shook and her toes wiggled constantly as she felt his massive manhood churning her insides with excessively powerful strokes of his pelvis. She was feeling heaven right now. NNGHHH. Oh, Chako-chan, NNGHH. It feels so good doing it from up here. We should make this our thing every time if we can. Izuku grunted as he drove his length back into her snatch with a splotch, causing the girl to tense up with pleasure, for he had hit a sweet spot. Yes. Izuku. Yes. Please let's do this every time. I love it up here with you. She mewed softly, making his heart race as he continued to pound away into her quim, making her insides coil and squelch over his manhood the more he pushed into her. Over and over again, high in the air, the two bodies mingled and rutted into each other like animals in heat, making it at least 3 times Okako came since they had started. The girl's bare, deep body curled and undulated along with Izuku's frame, savoring the feeling of his ripped muscular body pushing against her in unabated rutting of naughty UAL frenzy. She was feeling herself getting light-headed with pleasure, no doubt about to dispel her quirks sometime. Soon she was going to have a meltdown of ecstasy with the next. Luckily for her, Izuku himself felt ready to blow his load inside of her. He pushed and bucked his pelvis into her noddy, hammering his body onto hers even more wildly as he felt his shaft starting to swell ready for action. At this, Ochako brought both of her legs to wrap tightly around his heights from above, working her waist passionately into his body as she felt her womanhood squeeze up tightly around Izuku's manhood as she came. I'm coming, she announced, throwing back her head, making a cute face and showing Izuku just how pretty she looked when she made it while she came. Feeling the gooey contracts of her womanhood squeezing around his manhood, Midoriya pumped into Ochako a few more times before feeling his come out in full force. He drew back his pelvis and slammed all the way into the back of Ochako's womanhood, making the girl nearly do a double take, for she felt the intensity of Izuku's manhood pushing into her womb before Ming. She yelled out in ecstasy yet again, clinging onto his body for dear life and frantically humping her plump curvy frame into his own as she felt the thick loads of spur spew directly into her baby maker. Izuku. Her eyes turned into her spirals. Her body lurched wildly around his waist as she felt each and every thick spurt of rushing into her core. The pair held onto each other while riding out their intense pleasure together. Ochako never let go and huffed constantly in nonstop euphoria, feeling her womanhood him for every rope of she could from his manhood. Eventually, there reached a low tide, and Ochako wound up looking up into Izuku's gentle green eyes, feeling more in love with him than she was already as they slowly descended back to the ground via low gravity. She met his lips in another loving embrace, keeping her fingers running through his hair until they reached the touchdown point, landing safely. Even then, she never let go, and Izuku had plenty of fun cleaning out her tonsils while cupping her plump and perfect Dufabumento his fingers. Mwah! Hee hee, I think we make great training partners. Izukuin. She gushed cutely, batting her eyelashes at him and receiving a chuckle from the boy as they stood there in the clearing. Hey, yeah we do. Let's do this more often, but you kind of have to know that I have everyone else to take care of, you know? He addressed with a grin, and to his relief, saw Ochako nod her head with a smile on her face. No problem. Hee hee. Just as long as you make time for me every now and then. She giggled, and the two of them shared a sweet kiss with each other while the rest of Ochako's hero outfit spilled down onto the floor next to them. Elsewhere, tilting a coffee mug to her lips and taking a hearty sip while in the office at her agency, Nana Shimura relaxed for all but a brief moment in her chair, feeling that Izuku was no doubt doing well on his second day of hero school. I wonder how his costume will look. I'd better drop by later and see. So far crime has been surprisingly down, but you never know with these criminals. Nana said to herself, suddenly hearing stomping footsteps making a loud ruckus just outside of her door. Oh no, don't tell me. Crash. The doors were kicked apart, and the source behind that action was a long, voluptuous, well-toned leg wrapped in thigh-high dark blue stocking with a humanoid rabbit foot at the end. Nana-chan, I heard you know someone that can help with my annual problem. Is that true? A boisterous feminine voice spoke out with a manic grin on her face. Her long, fluffy bunny ears twitched with excitement, and her red eyes glinted with energy as she looked in the direction of Galmite, wondering if her longtime friend and fellow workout buddy really had the answer to her problem. Ugh, Mirko, are you going to pay for my doors? Those are made out of rich mahogany. You know, they're expensive like crazy. Nana chided after putting down her mug and seeing the caramel skin number 5 hero walk up to her desk, looking ready to demand something from her. Well, where's he? I heard from Takayama about a young, ripe-looking boy that managed to make her squeal like a virgin when he hired her the night before the first day of UA Academy's new semester. He even matches the description of the lad that wowed everyone at those training exams on top of it. I've noticed he even has your similar power set. So are you going to introduce me? Mirko asked with a depraved grin on her face, while Nana sipped more of her coffee before smiling slyly at her. So that Rumi-chan, you're interested, eh? And here I thought you were a proud loner, riding high on your rank and power. Is it because your estrus period is coming up and it's worse than ever since you're entering your late 20s? Nana guessed, and the rabbit hero suddenly became flustered and hugged her muscular arms sheepishly in reaction. Shut up. When I need it, I need it. So just tell me if you know him or not, because I really effing need to curb that blasted heat period I keep having. Mirko admitted shamefully, averting her eyes and hearing Nana chuckle merrily at her reaction. The curse of being a part bunny rabbit. Huh? He. Well then, since you're in need, I'll tell you his name, but you must promise to take one of the contraceptive kits I'm offering. Nobody's having babies here, at least not yet. Nana offered and Mirko smiled confidently at her, ready to hear all the details on where this catches. Awesome, tell me more. Following his intense zero-gravity romp with Ochako earlier that afternoon in the training field, Izuku Midoriya adjusted the notch on his costume belt with a smile as he made his way back inside the school. He was on his way to the boys' locker room in order to grab his things before heading out for the day. Ochako had gone ahead of him to the girls' changing room to do the same. They were being careful and sneaky in case Midnight was on the lookout for the two of them after technically skipping class following their training match. They were supposed to be with the rest of the class and watch the remaining exams take place to learn from all of them. Izuku and Ochako were both hoping to avoid trouble, particularly since their teacher was the promiscuous and rather sadistic BDSM-themed teacher Midnight. Izuku had an idea what she might do to him when she catches him. In his mind, it would be to inflict a blue ing treatment, such as tempting him with her body, teasing him by stoking the flames of his, and having him tied up in a chair across from her while doing so. It may have been just a return trip to homeroom to be done for the day, but Izuku felt that he may have been pushing his luck just a little bit. He couldn't exactly avoid his entire curriculum and go around hiding every girl from class the moment he sets his eyes on them. Now, could he? A dark part of his subconscious screamed, said, yes, and with it the quirk of absolute devotion suddenly glowed brightly as a result. Izuku could feel this strange, unexplained quirk becoming stronger every time he either channels energy by having naughty with someone or being, without the need, being fulfilled for a short period of time. The latter made it pulse madly with frustration, making his and desire to have naughty that much stronger, especially if he was stimulated. Thankfully, he still had his wits about him right now. The boy knew he needed solid grades if he was going to reach the upper echelon of hero society and become a world-class hero like Nana and the rest of the high-ranking heroes. It was partly his dream to meet them all in person, especially the rabbit hero Mirko. He still had his main goal of becoming the next symbol of peace, with the additional milestones of marrying Nana Shimura and perhaps fostering a sustainable harem of all his naughty, hungry girlfriends. Izuku liked to consider they were indeed those in his eyes, including his very own attractive mother of a Mother Inko. He never used to think that way before at all, but the more he used this bizarre power, the stronger the desire to make that dream to be a plausible reality. Sneaking his way through the hallways of the school, Izuku eventually made his way back inside the main building and reached the boys' locker room. He went in and grabbed his uniform clothes. After changing out, he'd stop by the homeroom with the excuse he got lost if he came across Midnight. She's probably keeping tabs on me right now for all I know. I don't think she'll buy that excuse when I see her. But here's hoping. Izuku nervously thought to himself, for he knew that there was the likelihood all of his not-girlfriends and lovers kept tabs on him at all times when in the school. In all likelihood, it'd be just to find him for more hiding during school and or after it if his romp with Ochako was any indication. Part of him did wish to have naughty with both Momo and Jairu as well when he was with her at the training field, but he felt there wouldn't be enough time in case Midnight came looking for all four of them after noticing they were missing. The pair of girls looked a bit miffed over not getting to have at least some fun with Izuku. They had wanted to indulge in a manhood ing contest between them after they had left. Izuku honestly regretted not enabling that idea before going on to plow Ochako in the sky. Finishing up his change-up and dressing in his uniform clothes again, Izuku stuffed his costume and face guard mask inside the suitcase before leaving the boys' locker room entirely. All right, the coast is clear, I think. I just need to pass by homeroom with the excuse that I got lost before leaving school for the day. Though I'm not sure Midnight Sensei would actually buy that, though. Maybe she'll forgive me if it means bonding with a classmate. She'll know what I mean for sure. But would she like that I did that during class? Even when it was during a training session? Izuku's thoughts ran through his mind as he drifted into the fantasy of seeing his promiscuous teacher posing bare delay on her desk in front of him. His more fearful thoughts were ever telling him he couldn't get to hit her with that naughty Tive smile on her face while posing in all manner of flexibly positions to further his blue ing treatment. GGNHH. She'd have me tied up too. I just know it. He whimpered to himself, shaking his head and resisting the urge to feel Ed as he clutched his costume briefcase tightly while looking around. Izuku was blissfully unaware that two pairs of sapphire-colored eyes were watching from behind a hallway corner. One belonged to the infamous 30-something-year-old teacher with a naughty UAL appetite of a cougar and an unquenchable thirst for young boys, or more accurately Izuku's. Namuri Kiyama Aka Midnight stood by the corner watching her darling Izuku from afar with arms crossed and a slight vein popping up someplace around her forehead. So Izukuin thinks he can just skip out on watching everyone else's training sessions to hit one his classmates, without my permission. She asked this to herself with a twitching eyebrow while she eyed him menacingly. Midnight had calmed down a bit and thought up a punishment to give the boy so that he'll ask for permission before doing anything like philandering inside of her class. She'd want a piece of that pie too from time to time after all. A darling maestro of naughty Izuku may be, but he wasn't above the rules, nor was he exempt from Midnight's teaching authority. Just then, the latest transfer student for Classroom 1A was standing next to her, wearing a UA uniform such as a skirt and t-shirt, and giggling mischievously in a haughty fashion. Giggles, oh I very much agree, Midnight-sensei. Although it was fairly obvious what you all were doing judging by the scent of naughty coming off of Midoriya-san, as well as the rest of the classroom, I might add. I must say that he needs to be reminded of the school rules, doesn't he? This came from a haughty yet delightfully giddy voice of a girl named Psycho Intelli. She was much the same age as everyone else, but with a voluptuous build similar to Kendo Itsuka in terms of hips-waist-bust ratio. She had long periwinkle-colored hair, dripping elegantly down past her shoulders with a matching set of crystal blue eyes focused on Izuku with a sinister smile. She licked her lips naughty-tively, just as Midnight tends to do. Only in this case, it was because she was curious to see what kind of naughty, usually charged shenanigans the boy gets up to with the rest of their class. Psycho had indeed come into contact with Izuku earlier, making her instantly targeted by his absolute devotion quirk, and thus wanting to experience the bliss of the boy who has their teachering after him constantly. You really are a smart girl for your age, Intelli-san. I think you and Yaoyorozu are going to be stiff competition for each other come time, for midterms and finals. Midnight remarked and focused on Izuku, finally snapping out of his thoughts and proceeding to walk down the hallway on his way to the homeroom classroom. Her eyes followed him with a smirk on her face. She looked to Psycho with an ambitious smile when an idea came to mind, knowing full well that the new girl would just become a part of Izuku's harem soon anyway. How about we go teach Midoriya a lesson together, Intelli-san? It might be fun, just as long as you promise me you won't report any of this to the principal, okay? Midnight offered, and to her relief, Psycho nodded back with a coy smile. I'll be glad to, sensei. Now let's go greet Midoriya-san. I'd like to formally introduce myself to him as Class 1A's newest transfer student. Psycho added gleefully as they made their way down a shortcut from another classroom hallway on their way to beat Izuku to 1A's homeroom and confront him. Little did they know that a certain school nurse by the name of Recovery Girl noticed them and followed discreetly from behind out of curiosity. I wonder what those two could be up to. Does it have something to do with Midoriya-kun? Recovery Girl asked herself as she followed them quietly down the hall. Arriving in front of the door to his classroom, Izuku let out a sigh of relief, believing he'd see Midnight at the desk doing whatever kind of paperwork a teacher entails. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't the case at all. When he opened the door, he saw the woman was there standing by her desk with arms crossed and with a malicious smile on her face. She stood next to a new girl who Izuku had never seen before. She too had an evil grin on her face just like Midnight had. Hi, Midoriya-kun. Glad you could finally make it after having a quickie with Ochako-san earlier today. Midnight greeted in a chillingly sweet voice that made Izuku pale a bit as he began to step back from the door slowly. That W wouldn't mean anything if I said it was something like teammate bonding, sensei? He asked nervously, noticing that both the new girl and Midnight each had equally lascivious grins on their faces that spelled trouble. Smack! Midnight cracked her whip between her hands menacingly as a malevolent aura manifested from behind her body. No, it wouldn't, Midoriya-kun. You won't be having any naughty UAL escapades under my watch without letting me get in on the action. Midnight yelled out and lashed her whip at the panicked boy now trying to escape, but before he could speed off using OFA, Izuku was caught in her WHP and dragged back into the classroom forcefully. "Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude UMMPHH." Izuku's lips were bound by Midnight's whip as the rest of his body was bound after being hauled into the classroom with the door sliding shut behind him. Chio Shuzenji, aka Recovery Girl, had a perplexed look on her youthful face after she had watched the All-Star One, a student, look like he was being kidnapped. Her teal-colored eyes blinked in surprise and confusion when she saw that. Continuing to creep up the side of the wall, she looked on inside to see what they'd be up to. Just what is Kiyama going to do with that boy? She wondered, biting down on her bottom lip in curiosity, unaware that Izuku's quirk had already detected her from afar, afflicting the woman with a small dosage of AD. She was going to be subtly naughty as a result now, particularly so after she was about to witness the sight of whatever punishment Midnight was going to inflict on that boy. The absolute devotion quirk liked what it saw when she came into the picture. Chio was a beautifully lithe woman in her prime, wearing a naughty Y pop-style dress underneath a white lab coat she wears at all times while nursing others. Her hair was a shade of dark teal done back in an overhead bun with a space-age visor worn across her eyes, obscuring her blue-green orbs. She had a modest yet voluptuous figure with long legs, slim waist, and bobas measured up to a simple set of perky C-ups hidden from underneath her outfit. To many others, she'd be considered a knockout since her quirk involved kissing someone to accelerate their healing to phenomenal levels momentarily. That odd requirement for her quirk led to her having many admirers, some of them actually being teachers as well as male students in her school. Peeking in, she saw Midnight strapping Izuku to a chair with Saiko's help. Once he was secure enough, having the whip coiled tightly around his body, she pulled down his uniform pants to reveal the throbbing monolith that was his manhood. It had spilled out like an elephant's trunk. Gasps. That is what Midoriya-kun is packing. Amazing. Is this maybe the reason that Nana-chan has a special interest in him? We've all seen how she looked at him during the entrance exams. She wondered just before seeing Midnight herself tear off the top part of her outfit's latex material, showing off her bobas in all their bare D-glory. She focused on the white parts before working the rest of her outfit, including her dark tights, until nearly everything was off of her body. Chio kept her mouth covered in shock, yet couldn't help but continue watching this scene as it developed. She saw Namuri Kiyama strip down to everything, leaving only her red belt, handcuff bangles, and boots worn over her nude body. She kept her mask on, but everything else a woman should cover up had been directly exposed to Midoriya's gobsmacked face. Inside of the classroom, NNGGHHH, MMPH. I knew she'd do this. Izuku mouthed from behind the tip of her whip while he remained bound to his chair. His limbs were bound in a special material that prevented Izuku from bulking out using OFA, not that he had the intention of using it in the first place to break out of this punishment from the teacher. He'd fear he'd be in much worse trouble if he did try to escape. Not if he wanted to be in even more hot water with his thirsty teacher than he was already. He saw Midnight sit back atop of her desk, keeping her legs crossed in a naughty-tive manner. Her bobas were even jiggling gently in a side-to-side fashion with every slight shuffle she made. Izuku was feeling his member painfully stiffen up from underneath his uniform pants when he got a good look at her beautifully smooth-looking body in all its bare D-glory. From the way her pendulous D-cup-sized bobas shake with every movement to the predatory gaze Midnight had in her eyes that said she wanted him to hit him all night long. He was so caught up in staring at her that he failed to notice that the girl next to him, Saiko and Telly, started undressing as well. Midnight Sensei has told me that LLI get the pleasure of properly introducing myself to you, Midoriya-san. She spoke out, making Izuku turn his head in her direction as she undressed swiftly before his eyes. Saiko was left in only her white lasaboba cloth and panties, showing Izuku the rest of her wonderfully curvaceous body with a smile. MNGGHH. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He introduced awkwardly through the tip of Midnight's whip, gagging his mouth. He watched the girl deliver a haughty laugh in amusement before unclasping her boba cloth and letting it fall to the floor. She had boba as wonderfully firm and round, just like Kendo's or Momo's. Her plump D-cup-sized bobas even had the added bonus of puffy S on top of it. Psycho and Telly, at your service, I'm one of the late transfer students who missed orientation day before coming here. I learned about all your escapades by putting together the evidence of the smell lingering around every female in the classroom when I arrived, Midnight Sensei included. She explained, making Izuku feel like slapping his own face in shock at his carelessness in hiding it. But he had to admit that this girl was very intelligent, with a keen eye on top of it. As she figured all that out on her own? How? He wondered, but realized that maybe a classroom full of girls with the stench of naughty coming off of them was a rather obvious hint at what was going on. He hoped she wouldn't report his actions, but then again Midnight was here, and they were both apparently going to punish Izuku in a way that he had expected. If you're wondering on how I deduced it all, then I must simply say my quirk. It allows me to gain a large boost in my already impressive intelligence when I drink some tea. The effects vary with differing flavors. Don't worry, though. I have no intention of ratting you out, just long as I get to ride this. Psycho let out, grabbing onto Izuku's stiff length with her bare hands, making him whimper as she started pumping him thoroughly with a smile on her face. MNGGH. Odd, your hands feel so good, Izuku whimpered, seeing that the girl was still wearing her panties. He craved to have her take them off as she got on her knees between his kneecaps and kept on stroking him off. Psycho spread out both of Izuku's legs, letting his large manhood tap the surface of her forehead. She looked back at Midnight and saw her nod back in approval after she spread out her own legs before the boy's eyes. Izuku saw the silken folds of her pink, moist womanhood being played with by the rubber pommel of her riding crop. The sight of seeing the woman's wet naughty getting massaged in circles by the item was making him want to lunge at her like an animal and ravage her just like on orientation day. There was only one thing wrong with wanting to be able to do that: he couldn't break her whip's hold on him at all. It was made out of a very special material that bound him in place to prevent strong power-type opponents from escaping. There was also the fact that he was just due for punishment anyway. Izuku wasn't going to disobey his teacher and break out lest she allowed him to do so. If he doesn't want his credentials to suffer, he'll remain stuck on the chair watching this all go down. Midnight knew he was in dire of naughty UL relief. No doubt wanted to hit her senseless right here and now. Midnight craved it too, but she had to punish the boy properly as a teacher and for holding out on her. Just look at this marvelous thing, Sensei. Can I proceed to the next step? Can I please? Psycho asked as she looked at Izuku's manhood with a twinkle in her eyes. She had never seen something as big as him in all her life. Not that she had any experience seeing men's manhood anyway. Still, Izuku was easily as big as a horse when becoming standing manhood, and for some reason, she was slowly feeling her intelligence slip away and replaced with a naughty UAL thirst clouded her thoughts. She started salivating a little, with very clear being shown on her face, much to Recovery Girl's ongoing confusion as she continued watching from outside the classroom. Go right ahead, but remember that when he's about to burst, you get off of him and put you-know-what on him before he can. Midnight instructed, repeatedly playing with her bountiful boba in direct sight of Izuku's face with a playful smile. Giggles, yes, ma'am, Psycho replied, and turned her attention back to Izuku's throbbing manhood, parting her lips open and placing them gently onto the very tip of his manhood in order to start swallowing him in. Schlup, pop, scup, scup. Psycho and Telly hummed with full delight as she started Izuku off, while keeping her fingers softly stroking his shaft in a diligent manner. Her tongue came out and circled around the glands in a strong, swiveling motion, furthering Izuku's pleasurable torment as she started swallowing more of his length into her throat. NNGGHHH. Ugh, this is a cruel and unusual punishment. Gag. Izuku growled through the whip's tip, gagging his mouth. Feeling the sensation of Psycho's tongue hungrily slathering his length while she swallowed him up, made him want to buck his pelvis in her face to further the effect. She had kept her eyes peering up at Izuku in an inquisitive manner, bobbing her face rhythmically on his manhood as she continued blowing him with filled naughty Ed glee. The girl was seeing him strain his face and resist feeling pleasure, while the feeling of his shaft pulsating within her throat didn't go unnoticed by the girl. To intensify the effect, she ran her smooth fingertips along the surface of his manhood, stroking him feverishly while Midnight kept playing with herself right before Izuku's eyes. The naughty Ed teacher ran her tongue around her lips as she continued watching in sadistic enjoyment, secretly hating herself for not giving Izuku and herself the much-desired romp they both very much craved instead of this punishment for breaking the rules. I'm sorry about doing this, Izuku darling, but I can't have you playing hooky just so you can hit one of your classmates at your leisure, you know? A teacher has to set examples for diligent little bees to follow after all. I mean, this could have been fine if you had just let me in on a bit of the action, you know? Midnight cooed, fluffing her boba ally into her hands again before getting up from the top of her desk. She walked over to Izuku while Psycho continued ing a third of his manhood down into her mouth. Oh my, Midoriya Koen is too big for my little throat. Truly, he has been blessed with good genetics and Shudder's virility since he is yet to come by now. I suspect that he even has the stamina of 10 or 20 stallions of the finest pedigree. Ugh, Midoriya Koen, if only I didn't have to punish you for the teacher's sake. Psycho said to herself in thought as she continued swallowing his manhood into her mouth, only to go as far as halfway once she felt Izuku's manhood hitting the back of her throat. Little did she know that absolute devotion was afflicting her, making her crave subjugation to Midoriya the longer she worked at pleasing his manhood like this. Midnight felt the same creeping urges to prostrate herself before Izuku and let him hit her right here and now. But she had kept herself largely composed for the minute as she brought herself up close to the boy's face. She cradled his head gently and let it rest between each of her wonderful boba, letting Izuku use them as makeshift while Psycho's Io went on. There, Midoriya Koen. I'm hoping this will ease the frustration you're feeling right now. Although this is a punishment for skipping out on my lessons, I still hope you'll give old Midnight a good daily helping of manhood later on. She cooed, wearing a playful frown on her lips while she continued rubbing her bobas gently all over Izuku's face. Schlup, schlup. Psycho mewed loudly and took one long loo of his manhood, reaching back all the way to the head when she felt his shaft beginning to throb intensely with an impending, intense pleasure. She saw Izuku strain his eyes and toss back his head with a growl, showing the obvious signs he was going to very soon. There it is. Midnight quickly turned her attention to look down at Psycho, nodding her head as a signal to put that on over his body. The girl quickly brought out the large metal ring-like device to be placed around the hilt of his throbbing shaft. Izuku felt the cold metal device click into place around his member, effectively cutting him off from action and much-needed relief. No, W, what is this? Is she literally giving me blue S as punishment? He thought to himself in comical despair as his manhood was left throbbing like an organ with S remaining bloated and needs to be left unfulfilled. To his further dismay, Midnight had suddenly pulled her bobas back from the top of his head and stood by, composed once more, with arms crossed and a satisfactory smile being directed at Psycho. Good work, Intelli-san. With this is on, at least for the afternoon, Izuku will feel the hell of not being able to and be stuck in and in between a pleasurable relief and unfulfilling hell as due punishment for skipping out of my class. I do hope you'll forgive me for this, Izuku. If you have learned your lesson from this and decide not to do such things without my permission, I'll be happy to give you the fun kind of detention every day of your life afterward. You simply cannot naughty, and ravish your classmates without my say-so. At least not if I don't have a slice of the pie myself. Midnight said as she leaned in close to his face again from the front. This time she bent over at the waist to let her glorious mounds jiggle in front of Izuku's eyes in an enticing way. G. This truly is hell. I'll never play hooky again, ever. Not if it comes to this. Izuku thought mournfully and felt Psycho leave his manhood for good, standing up with a monocle of her right eye and eyeing Izuku's body anatomy with an intoxicated-looking smile. Oh ho ho! You better behave yourself from now, Midoriya-kun. Maybe with Sensei's permission, you can show me around the classroom all day long. I'd certainly like to experience everything my fellow classmates have. Psycho explained in a haughty giggle while Chio watched everything from outside, still confused as to Midnight's sensibility with this punishment. She pulled back from the window's surface, preparing to go back to her office and ignore what she had just witnessed, believing it was going to turn into something else entirely. I'd better leave Kiyama to deal with this on her own. Although I do question her so-called ethics in delivering that unusual punishment on a poor Midoriya-kun, I do think that her heart is in the right place still. At least not in a way. Hopefully, she doesn't get in trouble with the law again after having that overly risque outfit from her college years. Chio said to herself, about to walk back to her office when suddenly, ugh, I'm feeling extremely sensitive right now, all of a sudden. She held her sides as a mysterious wave of naughty UL energy hit her body like a tidal wave, making her crumble to her knees as the same flow of inducing magic hit both Psycho and Midnight together at the same time. Back inside the classroom, both women had crumbled to their knees before Izuku's body, seeing a confused look on his face as heat hit their loins and put them into a needful frenzy out of nowhere. Izuku looked puzzled when he saw this, but he felt he may know the reason why, and it had to do with whatever mysterious power was lurking inside of him next to One for All. Absolute devotion. NNGGHHH. And Midoriya-kun. Please forgive me. Midnight cried out with a needy look on her face as she undid the binding of her whip around his body and removed the device around his shaft immediately, letting him go free and feel great relief once again. Midoriya-kun. Forgive me. I need it so badly right now. I feel as if I'm going to die without having it. Waga. Midnight sauntered back over to her desk, staggeringly trying to keep herself standing vertically as her body was racked with a soul-eating hunger for naughty UAL pleasure. Sensei, what is this power doing to them now? I know I didn't activate it. Unless Izuku's eyes widened upon realization when he thought that maybe his naughty UAL distress activated the quirk subconsciously and amped up the effects for all the women in the immediate area. It activated on its own, and at full power too. He looked at Midnight, bucking her thighs inwardly, gnashing her legs as a trickle of moisture started seeping uncontrollably from her womanhood while she struggled to stand straight. She had to lean on her teacher's desk, showing Izuku her plump, ample bump from behind, while Psycho started furiously stroking her naughty from underneath using both of her hands to desperately bring her off. It did, didn't it? I'd better hurry and give them the attention they need, otherwise they might go crazy with. I need to control this power one way or another someday. Might as well start now, by saving my teacher and the new girl student. Izuku came to a decision and crept up behind Midnight with hands sliding around her hips. And Midoriya-kun? She let out a pleasant surprise and felt her lips wrap around her own as he had pulled the adult woman into a desperate embrace from behind her body. Midnight's lips hungrily swallowed up his mouth, kissing him passionately as their tongues rolled into each other in a wet and sloppy frenzy. Midnight was beyond happy right now. Her eyes had shown little hearts inside before she closed them and surrendered herself to her master's embrace. She felt Izuku's manhood nudging the valley of Herbie-man hot-dogged her bum cheeks while he pressed himself into her from behind. He was ready to hit her raw right here and now, not knowing nor caring if she had used the protection tablets to prevent herself from getting pregnant. Psycho watched student and teacher make out hungrily like lovers, feeling envious with the need to have a taste of Midoriya's tongue herself as she got up on her feet to go over to them. Izuku soon broke off from Nomuri's lips, seeing a blissfully needful expression on her womanly face when he turned his attention to Psycho and Telly next. Without a word, he grabbed the silver-haired girl from the side and brought her up close to his chest, letting her bare boba smother against his sides as he took her mouth next. Uh-huh. Midoriya Koenshi muled into his face on contact and closed her eyes, putting her hands behind his neck as they deepened the kiss like so. Izuku's experience, which was constant with everyone around him, taught him how best to make out with a lovely girl. Thus, he expertly rolled his tongue around Saiko's, making her eyes roll up into their sockets, for she had felt extreme pleasure from feeling his tongue prod all her sensitive erogenous areas within the cave of her mouth. Plus, she loved the feeling of being dominated. Midoriya Koen, no, I think I'll just call you Master from now on, Midnight said, watching him make out with Saiko while rubbing her buttocks against the underside of his manhood. She was glad he held himself in even after being free of the manhood ring. Midnight continued grinding herself against his member, hoping he'll take to hiding them right now after he finishes cleaning out Saiko's tonsils with his tongue. Tuck! A faint impact against one of the windows called her attention to the far edge of the classroom wall, where she saw a recovery girl removing the top of her dress and pressing her bare bobas into the surface out of wanton desperation. This brought a smile to Midnight's lips, for she now knew that her master now had an additional willing lover waiting in the wing. Chio-san, you'll love Izuku so much once he's done with you. But first it's our turn for today. You can have him after we're done getting our fix. She thought and felt Izuku's body leave her, making her turn around to see him beckoning both women to come to him with a sly smirk on his face. Come on then, Midnight Sensei. Come and get me, both of you. Izuku growled with standing manhood ion, standing up firmly with a hint of oozing out from the tip. Yes, master. Midnight squealed out happily with affable look on her face. Sure thing, Midoriya Koen. Saiko purred as they both launched themselves at him, ready to fill the room with the stench of naughty once more. First, Izuku had been laid upon the desk, with Midnight happily pouncing on top of him, lowering herself down into a reverse cowgirl position on his waist to give him a good showing of her bum, her womanhood sunk down all the way onto his meat, feeling it cleave through her sensitive insides until it reached all the way into the back of her womb like so. Squelch! Ahagig! Oh God, yes! Izuku! She cried out, leaving her mouth gaping open as she began riding him by bouncing her bum upon his. The slaps of skin hitting her desk soon became constant, with Namuri Kiyama hiding herself leisurely on top of her prize student. NGGHH. Sensei da. Izuku mewed, enjoying the slick feeling of the older woman's womanhood gripping his manhood and sliding around its surface while she continued bouncing her plump heart-shaped bum around on his waist. Meanwhile, he saw the looming shadow of Saiko's bare body over his head, showing him the girl about to straddle his face with her slightly hairless womanhood being spread open by her fingers with a smile. I treated you. Now it's your turn to treat me, Midoriya Koen. She purred, licking her lips again, and rolled her pelvis down upon his face to allow his mouth to swallow up the juicy cusp of her pink folds like so. Schlump! Izuku sobed down from between Saiko's thighs and grabbed each end of her hips, keeping her smothering his face with her snatch as he began to eat her out with his magical tongue. Schlup, schloop, skloop, 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 schlup. His lips hungrily led on her vulva, tasting every ounce of womanhood nectar she could produce until he slid his tongue upwards inside of her naughty, making Saiko clamp her thighs around his face with a sob. Ugh! Midoriya Koen. Aya! She cried out with eyes shut tight and hands gripping his fuzzy head. Together, both teacher and student rolled and ground their bare bodies onto Izuku's frame, with one of them having their womanhood being eaten out while the other rode him in a naughty UAL frenzy. Midnight's buttocks continued to bounce sporadically atop of his, making the boy's bum smack against the surface of her desk. She had to grip both of his ankles and steady herself while her started jiggling around, matching her ferocity in hiding herself on his manhood like so. Ah! Aha-ho-h. Oh, master, Midoriya Koen, please upbraid me, Kiyama cried out, letting her red mask fall off of her face as she continued riding him for an unforeseeable amount of time with a smile. Izuku could feel the tightness of his teacher squeezing his length voraciously, pushing him ever closer to while feeling the cheeks of Herbam's Mac rigorously into his groin. He grunted and hummed from between Intelli's legs, ing up her womanhood L essence and flicking her using his tongue. He could hear the faint sobs of ecstasy echoing throughout the room, with the addition of a third source of noise coming from somewhere just outside of it. Izuku couldn't pinpoint what it might be, but he hoped he was wrong in thinking someone was watching them. He was only half right in that regard because it was an extremely frisky Chiyo Shizenji smothering her bare deep boba into the classroom window out of desperation and need for his meat like the others. The woman even hugged the wall, letting her hot breath leave a mark on the surface as she watched her colleague Kiyama ride herself on Yue's largest manhood, sawing out of inside of her. For minutes more, she rode him until she came a third consecutive time, making Izuku buck his waist into Namuri's body and unleash a thick payload of spur directly inside of her fertile, unguarded depths. G, he growled, incidentally making Psycho explosively into his face the same time he pumped a generous amount of spur directly into their teacher from the other end. SBLLT, 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 SBLLTT, SBLLTT. Ayaha, Midoriya Kuin. Make me pregnant. I want to be pregnant with your baby. I love you. Kiyama cried out in happiness as she felt his pouring into her womb, filling it to capacity and beyond, to where some of it leaked out of her snatch. She ground her waist atop of Izuku's some more, riding out the rest of her until they both finished. She slumped over off the desk and gently landed onto the ground, momentarily spent and oozing spur from her possibly fertilized insides. Agig, Midoriya Kuin. Psycho squealed out into the air, tilting her head back as she finished Ming, feeling Izuku run his tongue along the folds of her womanhood lips before eventually pulling herself off of him. Izuku was given a very brief moment to catch his breath, noticing that his manhood was still hard and surging with pin-up energy that came from his torture moments ago. He saw Psycho Intelli lean back over a random desk in the room, making her boba heave as she breathed rather heavily from having to give a lifetime just now. Huff now then. Midoriya Kuin, that will you do to me what you did for Sensei? She asked coyly before raising one of her legs high into the air, spreading the folds of her womanhood with her fingers while doing so. Izuku growled with animal-like hunger and got up off of Midnight's desk. He was feeling the need to plow the new student in a way she'd never forget. Why yes. Stay there, Intelli-san. I want to take care of you right atop of that desk. He growled as he walked over to Psycho's bare deep body, lying in wait for him. His lengthy manhood bobbed and bounced with each step he took until he arrived between her legs, taking hold of the one she held up and placed it above his right shoulder. Izuku grabbed the head of his manhood, which had been oozing a fair bit of spur from X, loading inside of Midnight moments ago, and pushed it down into Psycho's snatch without checking to see if she was virgin first. Squelch. Ig. Kayagai. Oh my dot yes. Midoriya Kuin. She cried out with eyes going wide and mouth spreading open in a giant O shape as she felt Izuku's mast cleaving through her naughty in one push. Psycho could not comprehend the level of pleasure she was feeling right now. Her legs twitched in the air and her toes curled up as a result. She didn't even feel any pain in having her hymen ruptured thanks to Izuku's quirk AD nullifying the pain for her. All she could think about was pleasure and thought only of his manhood as he burrowed through her womanhood and into the back of her womb. Gaia. Midoriya. Midoriya, it's almost too much for me, but please don't make love to me like the star stallion you really are. She begged of him, making Izuku smile confidently at her as he began pumping into her teenage naughty like so. His pelvis firmly tapped against her groin from below, meshing his pubis into Psycho's naughty as he drove his manhood into her womb repeatedly with a smile. She was very tight and very snug underneath, causing Izuku to growl in pleasure as he felt her womanhood choking him up as he went. NNGHHH. Intelli-san. NHH. I hope you'll like it here in Classroom 1A. I'll be happy to give you this orientation as much as you like should you even so much as ask. Izuku grunted, feeling her naughty squeeze tightly around his length, while he continued bottoming out of Psycho's tight, coiling womanhood. He saw a depraved and delirious smile break out on her once composed face as she lunged her arms up around his neck, pulling him on top of her. Izuku had shifted from a bent missionary position to a simple one where he was on top of her, rutting away like an animal in heat. His S smacked against her naughty again and again, causing the desk to creak while seeing her jiggle in front of his face. Yes, please, Midoriya-kun. I'll even want your as my new favorite blend of tea. I'm curious to see what effects it'll give me. Perhaps it'll put me in a heat 24/7. Hey. She giggled whimsically and brought both of her legs around Izuku's waist, embracing him entirely as he continued hiding her against the desk like a madman. Psycho eventually tossed her head back, sobbing constantly with her eyes closed as she felt Izuku's manhood pummeling her most sensitive weak spots from within her womanhood. Over and over, their naughty ES rutted against each other in mutually sustained naughty UAL bliss, with Psycho fast approaching intense pleasure after nearly 20 minutes of mind-blowing naughty from Izuku. Psycho crossed her ankles tightly behind the boys, feeling him plunging in as deep as humanly possible inside of her womb, to the point she saw a protrusion from within her stomach when she came. With a shout, she howled loudly into the air, shaking with icy frenzy and feeling her womanhood choking up Izuku's length until he gave in to the bliss deep inside of her waiting body with a grunt. MHGGHH. Here it comes. Welcome NGNHH to Class 1A, Intelli-san. Izuku grunted and felt his shaft bloat with. He erupted inside of Psycho's womanhood, feeling thick splashes of spur flowing into her without pause. What made it worse was that Psycho's naughty was squeezing him for even more making his S pump repeatedly as he ground himself between her thighs. SBLLT SBPLLT SBLLT SBLLT SBPLT SBLLT SBPLLT SBLT. Ugh. Ah. Izuku cried out, pumping a generous amount of directly into the genius girl beneath him. He was still unaware of the third lady nearby, who had been herself to completion on the floor after seeing Midnight getting inseminated right there on her desk. Chio Shizenji licked up each of her soaked fingers with a needy look on her face. She was thinking about Izuku a lot now and wanted him to pay a visit to the nurse's office very soon. Back inside of the classroom, Izuku continued pumping in a Psycho Intelli for some time, eventually leading to her passing out before he could finish depositing his seed inside of her belly. When he was done, he had slowly pulled out of her quim, letting a thick sludge of pearly white goop spill out of her gaping hole and leaving her stomach as bloated as a beach. Ha-ha-ha, guess I overdid it, again. He chuckled nervously to himself and sat back on a Midnight's desk, looking at the passed-out teacher with a bashful smile, yet feeling anxious about why his other quirk behaves the way it does. I definitely need to learn more about this power if I'm to control it, but I did learn one thing today. Blue distress leads to it activating on its own. His thoughts traced back to the mysterious scarred man that gave him the dark power in the first place, making Izuku frown with uncertainty. He looked at his hands with a contemplative thought running through his mind, feeling as though these impulsive romps would get more and more frequent until it became a perpetual habit of his. Still, though, in the forefront of Izuku's mind, his goal remained clear: become the top hero of Japan and acquire a harem of superwomen with this mysterious power after coming this far already. He could never leave them, nor would he like them going off to other men. These girls were Izuku's and his alone, but the boy was a little afraid now. He feared this dark power might wind up controlling him if he doesn't control it first. Well, thoughts for another day. Right now, I'd better wait until they regain consciousness before leaving school for the day. He reasoned until he caught the faint sight of a third, unfamiliar woman, hastily making her way past the windows and away from the classroom. MHP. Oh man, was somebody just watching us right now? He asked himself in a whimpering voice until hearing Midnight speak up from the ground. Aizu-kun, Maybe you should pay a visit to the nurse's office later tomorrow and get a checkup with Recovery Girl. Namuri suggested with a coy smile on her face, knowing that the woman liked what she saw when voyeuring them all afternoon long.